It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the f***ing cup. I'm huffing copium, baby!
Wishing a chance to trade.
Oh! Oh my god, he got so much! He got T-Flash! That was hilarious!
Everything to be gained. The blaster swing.
Come on.
He's got it. The first is in.
Come on, Horse! Come on!
Wait.
Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been planning this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me. Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool. The players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house. And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games. And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like somebody would be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another PrizePicks NA Revival series. We're here with number 11. Nope, not number 11 yet. Number 10 right now. Number 11's coming up next, but I'm excited for this one. I think we got a lot of really interesting squads coming through, but before we get there, we got to introduce ourselves. I am JRT, and of course, with Paladin by my side. Paladin, how you doing?
I'm excited to be here, man. PrizePicks is always a fantastic production that we got going on, and we've got some exciting teams. We've got a lot of pressure for some of these squads as well, with the Flamland coming up in January. That cutoff is very quickly approaching, and for a couple of rosters here, they want to make sure that they can make that cutoff and join us in Las Vegas in not too much time.
Absolutely, and well, we'll talk about those teams that are going to be here today. Well, we have 4 matchups, of course. We have NRG versus SKDC, SapphireKelowna.com. I have not seen that name in such a long time, Paladin, but Ocean is gracing himself upon Counter-Strike once more.
I mean, I'm so excited. Seriously, I was on HLTV, was producing the open qualifiers as well, and seeing that name really took me back a couple of years, and I mean, more than a couple of years at this point, but it's just awesome to see him back. I'd hope to see a little bit of competition against NRG. It's going to be a tough fight, but yeah, that's definitely one to keep an eye on for sure. But I think the matchup that we have to start things out here on the mainstream is also pretty exciting. Getting to see the debut of Voka will be really exciting now that getting info have got an organization under their banner.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like they've already done really well in the 2 matches they played under that banner, right? Like they've won both their series.
Correct.
Absolutely, yeah, they've absolutely destroyed. Yeah, it was really recent. So, but either way, they've done very, very well. I think they're going to continue doing well. They were on the rise before the organization picked them up. So I totally understand why someone had eyes on this squad and said, "Hey, they're really good." We know that maybe outside of Counter-Strike things have been weird sometimes, but let's look beyond that. And these guys play good Counter-Strike, which they do, and I think that's the important thing to take away from that. Marsborn versus Life's a Game. That'll be our second match that we end up covering. I think Marsborn with 60 now joining that squad have looked very, very potent. Firepower upgrade galore, I think, with 60 on that team, and also he's the IGL, so he's able to do both of those things, which is still quite impressive to me.
Yeah, I think Philadelphia was a difficult test for them, having to
Yeah.
play up against big competition with not much real experience with 60 at the helm. But everything that I've seen from them beyond that has been really impressive to me. I think there's
Yes.
this orchestrated chaos that they command very well. And now I feel like a lot of these players have a lot more pep in their step. They feel a lot more confident in terms of how they can kind of bring some output in the server. So I'm hoping the best for them. I want to see a deep run for them, and I want to see them make that next jump. And this is definitely and always going to be that tournament where they can make such a jump.
Absolutely. And then we have Life's a Game. We can't forget about them. I mean, I think they've been kind of climbing the ranks slowly throughout Advanced and now are a legitimate threat amongst ECL teams, right? They're certainly still at the bottom and trying to work their way up, but I think that they're a team that can have upset victories, and that's something to watch out for.
Well, big thing is Boss and Lag are both neck and neck in terms of VRS points, and with that cutoff coming
Yes.
off, either one of these teams getting a win here and potentially causing an upset, there's a huge domino effect that can come from that. So there is just a little bit more extra pressure for some of these teams to see if they can cause that upset, because then it's going to come down to some weird will they won't they's with ECL and what have you. And I think that for a lot of these teams' sake, if they can get this one over the line, I feel like they'll be a little bit more at ease moving forward.
And then finally, we have Team Kiri up against Skinrave Esports. I think we know a lot about Skinrave. You know, obviously it's like that ex-Nouns core, so to speak. Junior, Cryptic, Walco on there, and Laxi and Marky as well. But, you know, Team Kiri, I don't have much information on that squad. I think they made it through the open qualifier, right? And I'm not sure if you're aware of anything that they've achieved recently, but either way, I still feel like that match will likely be very heavily favored for Skinrave.
Yeah, I don't really see much from Kiri. I do see Vulcan, which
Yes,
is a
Vulcan,
familiar
yeah.
face. But beyond that, I think this should be business as usual for Skinrave. This is a team that I'm pretty high on right now. I feel like this Rifle Corps is a lot more dangerous than what it looks like on paper. Walco has really impressed me with his increase in output as a fragger. Now that he doesn't have to call, it feels like the shackles have come off, and all of a sudden it just gets much more exciting to watch this team. I'm all for it. I'm really buying
Yeah.
the Skinrave stocks as of right now.
No, I love it. I love that Walco's joined up with this squad, and it actually looks really good. So, really interesting teams here. Like we said, building things up to our first day of NA Revival Series. Now, all that being said, let us focus in on Boss versus Team Voca. And we're going to check out the PrizePicks NA Revival Series analyst segment now and talk about these players and who we feel will be strong. And I mean, obviously, for me, Paladin, I am leaning towards this Voca squad. Dia, in particular, has always been a player that's impressed me. Ever since he rejoined them, ever since he replaced Dare, this has been a different squad. Like, they were struggling. I think it lost to Mythic at one point, which, you know, not great, but Dia.
No,
ends
they're
up-
great. They're great, John, in context of this tournament.
Yeah, I guess just sure. But look, Dia ends up coming back to this roster, and then all of a sudden things start to go right, and very, very right. Marky was still part of the squad back then, but still, you know, I think they managed to make some adjustments. Carson comes in, and he looks strong too. But either way, Dia's the one to keep an eye on here. Absolutely, for that frag estimate in my mind, I feel like he'll may exceed it, but at the same time, like there's always that element of how dominant they'll be. And I'm not trying to be mean to Boss, but they have honestly not looked that great, unfortunately, lately. And then after that, probably looking at Shane. I think Dia and Shane are always those two guys who have been popping off for this squad, and numbers wise, just look at their stats, it's been impressive.
Yeah, I really like Shane's frag estimate as well. 29.5 is not a crazy estimate either. It's a pretty doable one if you're asking something out of him. I like Snav too. I think that sometimes when the going gets tough in a close situation, this is the guy that puts the team on his back and says, you know, I will entry. I will find that quick multi-kill to get you on the board and try to turn things around. So if things go sour, I'd like the 28.5 more kills for Snav. I don't think that's too bad of a shout either.
No, I agree with you. I think Snav obviously, you know, usually focused on the calling, but he's a player that can pop off at any time. Like there's no doubt about it, especially on maps like Mirage. I think Inferno as well, I've seen him do well, but Mirage in particular is his kind of bread and
Ancient as
butter.
well?
Yes,
I like Ancient
You're
as
right.
well.
You are correct. So yeah, those are our three guys to keep an eye on. I would say that, you know, you might still get something interesting from Slump and Carson, but at the same time, it's Dia, Shane, and Snav that are our top three. Let's switch gears now and talk about Boss. And oh, nice. This is a different graphic. I kind of like it. So because Boss has 2 games today. This is why we're getting this, but I think we should have this all the time. I don't know. But yeah,
I like it.
I don't want to put pressure on the production now, but let's talk about these players. I feel like it's hard to say right now because this is a Boss squad that is honestly struggling more than I thought they would, Paladin. I thought they would have Ben Lead at the helm and then things would start going well for them, but it hasn't really kicked in yet. And I mean, you're looking at losses to Mythic, of course, a loss for getting info. What is their name again? Voca, right? Okay.
Voca, yeah.
I just slipped my mind because I'm so used to saying getting info. But yeah, they lost to Voca recently, in a very one-sided manner. So I would guess, like, if they're gonna have success, Fruit Cup for sure. Like, this is a rifler that's been strong for them. And after that, Slight, who needs to be consistent with that op. I'm a broken record here. You guys have probably heard me say this multiple times, but it's just the truth. We need to see him absolutely consistent if they want to find success, especially with the op lean in the map pool.
Yeah, I think Fruit Cup, even in a win or a loss, I feel like he is somebody that I can always count on. It's a hot ticket item for a reason here for the folks at home, but 27.5 kills, I think it's very doable for him. For a player of his standard, I think if there's any shot at having any semblance of rounds stacked up on top of each other on that offense especially, that's the guy that you're looking towards to really crack things open. I think a little bit of an alternate thing to talk about is potentially Ben Lead finding less kills than 23.5. This is a guy that I think individually has been struggling significantly for quite some time. I'm not necessarily sure whether that turnaround is possible, but that's something that I've definitely been looking at and monitoring, because as far as the rifle core is concerned, you look at Fruit Cup, you look at Darty, who's going to get you something here and there. You're going to look at B-Wills, he'll get you, his foot in the door. But Ben Lead's the kind of the guy that can raise that floor just a little bit more, and I just haven't seen that much out of him as of recent. I don't know if you kind of echo the same sentiments, John.
Yeah, no, I've seen moments where Ben is popping off for the squad and getting openings, and on Inferno in particular, actually. It was one match where he just joined the squad and was going for entries down Banana and was finding them every single round pretty much, and actually top fragged on the squad. So I'm like, okay, that's great. That's not what you necessarily need from Ben for success. You know, you don't need him at the top of the scoreboard, but if he's winning opening fights and putting a lot of emphasis on map control, then you're doing well. But overall, unfortunately, it hasn't been that. You know, he's been struggling to find any type of impact on the server, and while he is a big brain on a squad, IGLs need to be able to at least contribute in a meaningful way, like an average way. It doesn't have to be anything crazy, but you need to kind of open up space, or at least be able to relay information after doing damage. There's so many different ways that you can contribute, but it's just unfortunately not happening for Ben right now. I agree with you. So yeah, looking at less there is an unfortunate reality for Ben Leet. And yeah, I want to look towards Slight. I want to look towards Fruit Cup. I think B-Wills is a solid veteran as well that can definitely have a contribution here. I just look at this whole squad as a whole, and I see the pieces of success, but they're not clicking together right now. It's not fitting in the way it should. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the interesting thing is that they don't really have a true identity anymore. And pre-Ben Leet, I was thinking, oh, you know what would turn this boss team around? It's like is a tried and tested veteran who knows how to lead squads, and who other than Ben Leet, a guy that's commanded quite a number of party astronauts lineups to great success. And still, I don't feel like they have that identity. In fact, I feel like they're straying further away from an identity with him at the helm. And I'd love for this team to succeed. We've seen what this banner has done for North American Counter-Strike for quite some time. And as you mentioned, there are definitely pieces to get them there. But it's really a question of gelling it all together, because if they don't have that confidence that they have and the self-belief that they can actually make this lineup work, they're never going to get there. And unfortunately, this is a lineup where they've not had the best results in the number of times that they've met in recency.
No, agreed. And I mean, look, you might look at their recent matches, and a lot of them are wins, right? But it's against the lower tier of competition in ECL. And I think that's something we kind of expect this boss squad to do. It's just that when they're losing matches to Mythic, that's one, a problem. And two, when they're up against other teams that are in the top 10, let's say, of ECL or in North America, they're struggling to even get rounds on the board. So I think that's the real problem. That's what we're trying to emphasize right now, especially up against a team like Voca at this stage. All right, let's talk about the veto and see what maps we're going to get in here. I'm not sure if we're going to have visuals on screen here, folks, but we can talk about the maps that will be picked through. We got Mirage picked by getting info, Train picked by Boss first, and then Mirage picked by getting info, Ancient left over with Boss banning Yuke and getting info banning Train at the beginning. How are you feeling about this, Paladin?
Yeah, this is so Voka favored all throughout. I mean, Mirage is great for Voka. Ancient is also fantastic as far as Snap's calling is concerned. I think the buy-in for that team is very solid there. Train is really where this series lives and dies. I think that I've seen times where the T side for the Voka guys is a little too slow for my liking. They don't really understand how to play around in the mid to late round. But I've also seen T sides where they've gotten everything down to a T, where it's explosive, it's quick, it's in your face, and they just get 5-6 rounds off rip in the very opening stages of the map, and then they let their CT side take care of the rest. So I have still, even on Train being slightly boss favored, I still see a world where the Voka guys can get on the right foot and get this series done in 2.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, look, Boss is obviously looking back in early August, I believe it was, when they ended up finding a win up against then getting info, now Voka. It was 13-4, I believe it was. So is it kind of a dominant scoreline? But then recently, in fact, in the last 3 days, on the 23rd, they lost 13-6, and I think that's more along the lines of what you were saying, like, a Voka squad that can really dominate right out of the gate on a map like Train. So yeah, I mean, in fact, looking at all the wins that Voka have had so far since being picked up by the organization, 13-6, 13-4, 13-4, and 13-2. It just keeps getting better, less and less rounds for their opponents, and I don't see this team slowing down. They're honestly that good, and Dia in particular, as the opper on this team. Yeah, I mean, he's typically the one that you kind of look towards on maps like that. Certainly wasn't the best player, surprisingly, or maybe unsurprisingly, Snav, because you highlighted him as a player that can really contribute. Was at the top with 18 frags, but right behind him, of course, or I should say rating-wise, right behind him is Dia at 1.30 rating, but actually had fewer frags than everyone else, which is weird. But yeah, the new rating system is interesting sometimes in terms of trying to determine how it's getting those numbers. But either way, this is a squad that's built for success on pretty much every map. So I feel like Boss are going to have their hands full in this series.
Yeah, we haven't even really discussed about their newer additions with Carson now in this lineup, and I think that his integration has actually been really solid for this team's development.
Yes.
They needed a guy that could be a playmaker, a disruptor of sorts, and there is this double-edged likingness to Carson where he can lose you rounds where you have a 5v4 and maybe he's a little overzealous and he gives away the man advantage, but he can also open up rounds in such a way that he can just take over to win it for you. He gets that quick multi-kill to open up a round. He gets that big multi-kill on the defense to hold down a bomb site. There is that effectiveness that he has, and with that X-Factor aspect of him, I think it kind of elevates Voka a little bit more to give them a couple more dimensions to their game. I know he doesn't necessarily work in all the rosters that he's been a part of, and he's definitely been a player that you look at and you say, oh yeah, you could probably upgrade on him. But I just feel like this roster really works to his strengths, and they can kind of leave him to the wolves and he can still prosper in it very effectively. So I think for Voka, they'll be looking forward to having this guy in the server for months to come.
Yeah, no, I want to build on that as well. Like, Carson is a demon when it comes to Mirage in particular and Ancient. Those two maps, he loves to play them because he just gets aggressive and goes for fights right away. And like you said, double-edged sword, but when it works, oh my God, it works. Like, he is so scary to play up against because you know he's going to be in your face and that you won't have room to maneuver. Sometimes you think, do I throw the util? Is Carson going to be around the corner? Is he going to catch me with it in my hands and kill me, right? So that's what he brings to the table. And I think that he actually was on the ex-Timberman now, this current roster basically, but when they were known as Timberman, very briefly, and they didn't employ his skill set very well. Like, they didn't deploy him the way he should have. He was playing anchor roles. I'm like, no, get Carson out of anchor roles. Don't put him there. Put him into mid, get him fighting, getting aggressive wherever he can. And then they changed it when he rejoined after Markey left the squad, and man, it's been fantastic. Like, honestly, really like to see what he's been doing with this Voka squad. And I mean, there's only positives that I can bring to the table for Carson at this stage. And not to mention, when he played against Boss last time, those couple of days ago, 20 frags on Mirage. And it doesn't surprise me. I bet if you look at the heat map, that's mostly coming in mid. It wouldn't. Yeah, that's probably the case.
Absolutely. I think my biggest question mark for me is Slump on this team, just because, initially when he was brought onto this roster, he's expected to be that guy, to be that prodigal opper, to try to change the trajectory of this team when Dia left. but he didn't really have that same level of impact when you compare to his time on Fluffy Amers, that guy that really turned everyone's heads. And I had a little bit of worry for him, but they continued to take a chance on him even after Dia came back, and now he's this rifler for them.
Yeah.
And they've talked to Snav a couple of times over that Frag broadcast, and they said, we've wanted him as a rifler in the first place. Our original plans actually were to incorporate Dia into the lineup as well. And honestly, I've seen some great maps out of him. I've seen some tough maps out of him. And I just want to see a level of consistency out of him moving forward, because this guy is definitely a guy that we should definitely nurture within the North American scene. He definitely has the mechanical chops to do it. But as far as the consistency, the highs, the lows, that's what I'm trying to keep track of now, especially for a team that can be very volatile when you see some of their production against those top level North American teams.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I agree with you. And I think that slump when he first came to the scene, not when he first came to the scene, but when he first decided to get onto the rifle when Dia joined the squad, I was impressed. Like, he pulled off an incredible, I think it was Nuke, like he was playing outside and it was just unbelievable the work that he was doing. And I was like, okay, wow, he's legit. Like this is an impressive rifle that they have. But absolutely, then I saw the ups and downs, and the downs unfortunately more frequent than the ups for him. So agreed that that's something that needs to change, obviously, moving into the future. But I feel like there's so much firepower on this squad that they can take their time with him, right? They can be like, okay, you know, Slump, we like what you do, we like the way you play, so just keep at it, keep going, and I'm sure the consistency will come. So that to me seems like going to be the case, especially when Shane is playing the way he is, and Carson coming to the roster and creating all that space for the squad. But all that being said, we are finally ready to get into the action here. Map number 1 of Train into the pistol round. It is Voka up against Boss.
They get the CT side to start Voka straight away. Dia spotting out the T-Con burst. And Slump is going to fight forward ahead of all this utility. He wants to get engaged right off the rip, but we've got a 5v5 retake on this A bomb site. Let's kick it off.
Wow. Full-on retake setup here for Voka, and Fruit Cup gets the opener on Snav. That's going to make life a little bit difficult for Voka, and then B-Wills collapses into connector, and Carson's head is gone. Back and forth with the to go. Voka's struggling to get back to the site. They are getting some shots, but they're losing the bodies. Now a tap onto the bomb by Dia. A 1v3. Doesn't have the kit. Needs to win fights. A knife comes out for B-Wills. Chaos in round number 1, but Boss will be the victors.
Yeah, a little worrying with that idea to go for an A-sided retake. I think it's always just going to be dangerous when you have to flush out all these angles and really have to do it all under time pressure as well. Having to clear out Hell, you saw noticing them to try to clear out the camera position as well, back bomb train.
Yeah.
And then also credit to Boss for actually going aggressive into Z there, catching out that one player off guard. Because if they leave Z to the later portions of the round, that's where things get really uncomfortable and things can potentially spiral out of control. So really credit Boss for getting a little bit more aggressive there and not resting on their haunches. So Boss off to the exact start that they're looking for and have to look to compound this as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I definitely agree, especially on pistol round. Like, maybe you could argue on rifle rounds you don't want to expose yourself in connector and you want to play more passively, but on pistol you need that control because things can spiral completely in the other direction so quickly in the blink of an eye, right? So you want to make sure that you have kind of taken care of it. Anyway, Bentley gonna get the opener onto Snap. 5-4 and back and forth we go. Okay. What are these USPs doing? This is really good. Voka, I mean, they only have 1 left in Shane, but they've taken down 3 on the side of Boss. Absolutely make the USPs sing a tune, but unfortunately, that tune soon will have to stop and go silent because B-Wills will take care of it. Second frag for him on the round, and Boss are up 2-0, but that was a lot more difficult than perhaps Boss would have liked.
Yeah, they'll be grinning ear to ear for if you're a Voka fan, just of the number of kills they're able to get on the board, put the pressure on the economy there. And automatically, you know, you look at Fruit Cup down to 150, Darty down to 100. You've got players on Galil's as well. So this is one of those rounds where, yes, you don't have an op if you're Voka, but getting aggressive, trying to take some T-Con control here early could be a big priority for them. But they're not going to. This time around, they decide to rest back a little bit, maybe take Pop late. But, oh my goodness, Bentley actually taking a spur-of-the-moment decision to go forward in Z to find an entry. But there's Shane, an immediate response. I love the way he plays B on this map. He dances with that aggression and passive play very, very well. And this time completely catches Darty off guard to bring on the 4-on-4.
Yeah, Boss are acquitting themselves well so far, though. I mean, I know it's still early, but feels like, they came ready to play. Trying to counter Voka's play style, and there goes Shane, trying to get aggressive into the upper tunnels, but Slight has the read. Now a 4v3. And this is maybe a little bit of the disadvantage of playing a team on the exact same 2 maps that you played previously, right? Where you crush them, is that they know your tendencies now. They maybe had a chance to study the demos. They're like, okay, this is how you guys like to work. Now they can punish them a little bit more effectively. Man advantage still for Boss. 35 seconds left on the clock. There goes the Molotov onto Bomb Train to clear out the back of it. And it'll be a comfortable post plant, especially after Fruit Cup spots out Slump.
Yeah, there's a real window there for Slump to get active, but he was just off the marker to find his actual step there, but instead it leaves Snav and Dia in a pretty terrible position. Retaking the A bomb site is one of the most difficult tasks that you can put together here in CS2.
Yeah.
So they'll tuck tail and Boss navigate whatever economic issues that they could have potentially had themselves gotten tucked into, and that's a real unruly spray from Snav. Good start from Ben Leet that we were looking for. He's a guy that we were definitely looking at the less marker in the frag estimation, but so far all 3 of those kills have been primo in terms of impact.
Yeah, and I think Ben can definitely do that in early rounds, especially anti-eco, start to rack up the frags, but it's always a good sign for him because I feel like once he gets warmed up in those types of eco rounds, then he can really start to be effective even when the guns are out on the other side. And right here, it will be Dia with the rifle, but everyone else onto pistols. Not to mention, of course, that was actually rifles for Ben Leet winning those fights, of course, so have to keep that in mind. 4th round of play. Snap. Hunting for information. Spams his 5-7 through the smoke. But then we'll back off, and they're trying to double swing into Pop Dog to try and clear the space out. They will do that. No one's home in this vicinity. In fact, Boss defaulting for a pretty long time here in the opening moments of the round.
And I don't mind this. I mean, they're getting those opening entry attempts, especially on this B side, where they punish Shane eventually to reclaim the man advantage. And this time they've spotted out Carson as well, so they know Pop has been taken over. They know that Brown Halls is also something that could be compromised, and instead they can potentially group back into T-Con if they want to go into a lobby crunch on Ivy side. That's possible, but they decide to opt against it and buddy up to clear out Brown Halls, which is I don't really like, especially when you've got nades out. Somehow it doesn't go punished. Bentley lives on 2 HP. And they punish Carson as well. But look at Dia! Dia with a double out of nowhere. And all of a sudden, this B bomb site is really under fire, especially when it comes to that post plant.
This is going to be difficult for Dia to hang on to, but he's got a 3rd. Fruit Cup will fall now. B-Will's at 29 HP and Slight at 100. B-Will's going to be the one planting the bomb. There's no Util left for Voka, so they're going to have to do it with the bullets. Dia's watching, great flashbang thrown, but they can't really capitalize off of it. Smoke guising off vision for B-Will. Slight comes around the corner with a P from upper, and he will connect on towards him. Snav, last one standing, grabs the M4 off the ground, has some body armor here, but needs to hurry up if he wants to have a chance. There's the first. Now in a 1v1, no kit available, so it's going to be a full 10-second defuse. Could just try and stick and take a chance, but no! Slide around the corner, hits a quick scope on towards Snap for his 2nd of the round, and Boss stay flawless.
Out there from Slight, and you talk about the necessity of this guy to step up in order for them to have a chance in this series, and those are the kinds of impactful rounds that you need out of this guy. And I think there's a little bit of a surprise factor having an opt-out on round number 4 there, with just how cavalieric Snav was in terms of, or sorry, Dia rather, was open in those angles in the back lanes, and he gets punished because of it. I think if there's a rifle in play, he's probably not going to get punished that easily, but kudos to him to keeping that round as sustainable as it was for Voka. He downs the big green, tasked with dealing with Ivy. A flick up here is probably necessary, and actually not necessarily. He's going to pre-aim it instead, takes out his counterpart, gets the 5v4, and is still really keen on fighting a little bit longer. But there's Fruit Cup, big equalization kill on the other end.
This is looking like the boss that beat Voka 13-4, not the one that lost 6-13. This is a very promising sign for them. T side of train is always difficult, and to get 4 rounds this early is already great. But then to look even better once the guns come out again, I mean, this is very promising signs, of course. Not over yet in terms of this round, but they've taken care of the op. Carson's recovered it. And he does run the second op sometimes on this squad, so in good hands. That being said, Voka may be gambling the wrong bomb site. 3 players towards B, only 1 on A, and that's the player watching Ivy. So if it's a clean win for Ben Lee, who's got the op in his hands, then maybe, just maybe, he'll be able to gain the space. But unfortunately, that is not the case, at least unfortunately for Ben. Slump's happy.
Couple of fake utility being tossed out on Ivy. It's actually T-Con where the main hit's coming through, and they're well aware of this possibility. Pop Dog also being neutralized. Now the rest of the threat, Fruit Cup and Ben Lee tasked with actually getting into this A bomb set with 20 seconds remaining. The trade is good, and it leaves it all to the B anchor and Shane. 15 seconds now as Ben Lee having to do it with a gun that he doesn't necessarily use all too often. He's got to pick up that package, and he's got to get it down to dirt. And I don't know how he's going to do that. Such a weird situation. Shane swings right before the bomb is even tapped, simplifies the situation. Huge clutch for Voka in the 2-on-2, and they get their unlikely first rather on the board.
I'm not necessarily a fan of Ben Lee's play there. I mean, I get it, grabbing the bomb, but don't keep the op. There's 2 guns on the ground, 2 rifles. I think there was an M4 and an AK right there. So just take one of them and go for a fight with a rifle instead of the AWP, which you're going to be way more comfortable with. I understand Ben does actually run the second op on this squad, but, you know, far more effective with the rifle. So, weird decision, but it will give Voka their first round. And it was a winnable situation for Boss, but because of how close some of these rounds have been, even with 4 rounds in a row to kick things off, there will not be the money available for Boss to buy up. Although we do have an op in Slight's hands, a hero op purchase. That's not something we say very often.
I would like to see this run boosted instead of just taking these dry fights, and he will just take that dry fight. And actually had an opportunity at a shoulder there, but can't capitalize upon it. They do draw out a little bit of the utility, though, the Molotov as well as the nade. But they're just going to conga line their way around this AWP. If they find an entry off that kill, they'll burst through into the site. But unfortunately for them, they're also having to play up against this close-range MP9. So this can get a little unruly, to say the least. Pixel angle being shown from Carson if he wants to activate and use that smoke up. And there is that first avenue of defense. They're going to go through the smoke into that MP9, and what do you know? It chews through them like paper.
.5v3. Carson tapping away. They know someone's hiding around the corner, tempting him to come out and go for a fight. There's the shadow advantage too. Carson doesn't want to look away. There we go. Tia's actually the one who's going to connect on. There's so many eyes on T-Con in that instance that it's almost impossible for a player to find their way out. Ben, Lead, and Slight, last 2 standing. You really want to keep this op alive. 10 seconds left. There goes Ben. And Voka, knowing that the op is in play, are going to have a little bit of a peek to try and hunt it out. Carson's making a ton of noise, and you see Snav walking in front of him like, what are you doing, Carson? You're giving up our gambit, but Carson knows what he's doing. He's charging up, head full of steam, and he gets Slight. Op lost, and Slight dies after time.
That's so brazen from Carson, and realistically, he should have been punished there.
Yeah.
There was a clear window for Slight, but Slight's just off the mark, and he gets punished for it instead. He's the one that looks red-faced, and Voka find themselves a commanding second round. That's one of those that Boss will want back for sure, just in terms of keeping up that AWP, but now it's a full eco. A couple of pots and pans in terms of these pistols, and they do actually have enough utility to get a B execution going, so if they're able to establish Brown Hulse control, which they have, there's a way to cut some distance down and try to get these pistols activated.
That promising start feels like it's faded away for Boss. They are going to go out on your right. Like Molotov actually doing the job against Shane with the flashbang of Fruit Cup, so Shane wasn't aware of the fact that he was in that fire. Snap gets dinked, but still finds a frag beyond that. Nade going to sail through and break through that smoke. B-Wills and Boss fighting desperately to try and keep this space that they've gained on the B site. Post plant bomb is ticking away, and Voka need to find space back in.
Oh, I would have liked for B-Wills to have a little bit of a surprise element, but he still finds one at the end of it all. Carson's being dinked up with how
There's not much time.
low the HP is here, and yeah, and more importantly, how low the time is. This is a tough retake on the cards, and look at that. Slight's found a Glock kill in all the chaos. Snap down to just 11 HP. He does get the fadeaway shot on the P2K, and he lives on 1 HP. But Boss do the damage on the execution. They get those pistols into the back lanes, and they play around those smokes to such perfection. That's exactly what you're looking for in terms of an eco for that T side. And yes, the momentum's ripped out from under them, at least initially, but they immediately bring it back into the attention of Voka straight away with that eco.
Yeah, you can't be anything but happy with that if you're Boss, right? You lose all the bodies, but it was just the eco round that comes through, so you were expecting to buy up in this round anyway. Would have been nice, you know, to keep some guns up and grab them off the ground, but very, very excellent work in order to regain a little bit of momentum and keep it in their hands, and a 5th round on the board. Dia, immediate shot with the AWP and pop. Will dash the hopes of Boss for finding an opener themselves. 5v4 just like that. Slump getting that smoke ready to be tossed here, and Slight around the corner hoping that Slump makes the mistake of peeking through, and maybe Slump's like, oh, this is a little weird. Oh, Slight catches Dia. What a peek from Ivy. Couldn't even get the next that he does. Slight responding so brilliantly here for Boss after they lost the first. Yes, they lose Ben Leet, but it's still a 3v3 now.
There's still a player lying in hell, so a real opportunity and a barrel spotted and a chance taken from Snav. Huge kill to find, and they know that the back lanes are compromised, that the chance to go from Old Bomb to B is a possibility. But they're going to hold their chance so far. The T side waiting for a mistake to capitalize upon as Slight continues to go hunting. Doesn't find anything. Maybe a fake flash over on that end. Fruit Cup now getting up to his antics here, but Shane has gotten all the way back in his E. There's no way you're clearing out that position at that point in time, and now with 30 seconds left, the upper's got to do it all. He needs an ace to complete. And with 3 players lying in wait and see, the trade is very easily manufactured here for the CTs.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame for Slight because he got a couple of nice ones there to open up the space at Ivy, and then the rest of his team can't really deliver in the same fashion. And credit, of course, to Voka. I think they did great work across the board. Everyone doing their job in the positions they're holding. But, you know, you kind of hope for Boss's sake that someone else can win a fight. But this time it's just Slight who's able to activate. B-Wills has been very good at the beginning of this. 10 frags on the board. He was a star in his own right a few years ago. I mean, obviously, as he's become a veteran presence on the scene, hasn't necessarily found that same form, but, you know, he's going to have his maps where he looks really strong, and this is one of them. Obviously, you know, we already mentioned it. This is a very CT-sided map of Train, so Boss getting 5 is already good, but they could get more. And not to get something off of a round that you got a pistol round victory, right, prior to this in an eco, is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, certainly. And now in this one, Slight having to do it all again on this AWP, and he actually gets hurt off that initial engagement. Dia, I'm assuming, hit the leg shot there. And now you feel like he's just a little hampered in terms of taking those opening attempts. And that really dashes their hopes for this one.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird stat, by the way, for Boss is that their win percentages are kind of reversed on Train in terms of what we usually see. They're better on T side than CT side. Their T round win percentage is 50.6% and CT round is 47.1%. So they're winning more of their T rounds than their CT rounds, which is, you know, again, a little bit strange. Perhaps now that puts more emphasis and importance on having a good T side here. Oh, Darty burning in that Molotov, but Ben Leeds saves his bake and a headshot onto Carson. And a 5v4 for Boss, but it's a little precarious because look how low Slight and Darty are.
Yeah, it's definitely a cause for concern, and now Dia's getting going. Snav understands what's going on. They're trying to push the smoke. They're trying to cut down the distance, but Snav is there. Huge triple kill from the captain. Flash for good measure. Fruit Cup position known. And I think they're just going to try to wait the timer down here. Screw that. Kill him right as soon as they see him. AWP recovered. Voka now with 4. And they're slowly inching this one back. Yes, there have been some hiccups with the the anti-rush protocols on the B bomb site and some of the buy rounds as well, but they're still getting these rounds across the line, and you're getting your individuals that you want nice and awake. Shane's doing some solid work on the B site. You're getting the great work in Dia's AWP, and Snav is finding those multi-kills to keep this team afloat.
Utility exchange towards Ivy, but the main hit goes into T-Con. Snav at risk, and he's gone. Can't even find a frag. Slump's going to have to do the heavy lifting with Carson, and he absolutely will. In fact, it's only Slump who takes advantage of the damage that Snav did to get a couple. Then the rest of the pieces activate. Fruit Cups, Digo goes wide of the mark, and Boss will lose another one. Boca have tied it up.
Yeah, that's a real precarious situation with those front T-Con players. And it's definitely something that I've noticed about this team is just the unwillingness to actually play in T-Con. They're always okay with playing from Olaf or playing in front of the red train. And it really causes some concern for me as a viewer, where I feel like they don't really have a good handle on how to play that position very well, because you know, if they do get that front T-Con kill, that's where the dominoes fall, and there's a real chance at an A bomb side plant. And, you know, post plant, as I've spoken about on that A side, is definitely something to get over the line. But in this situation, it doesn't work out for them. Boss now do get to start up with a leg up with a big kill from Fruit Cup. And now they can see what the slower pace can do now that they've got that man advantage.
Always a good idea to pump the brakes and see what type of response you're going to get from the CTs in these types of situations. But one of those risks of doing so is utility going the other way. And B-Wolves finds out the hard way. 41 HP left as that nade lands right by his feet. Still the man advantage. Shane waiting next to Oil. He's the only one here. That's going to be a problem. So we're going to have some pretty significant impact from Shane as he waits for the reinforcements to arrive. Playing passively. There's one. There's a second. And a third. What a play from Shane, anchoring down this B site like a master. And we've got Fruit Cup and Ben Lee who do get that bomb planted, but it's only Fruit Cup left. Shane even gets the last. Absolutely brilliant contribution from him, as Voka honestly need to give him props for this 6th round.
Yeah, I'm gonna sing Shane's praises come hell or high water when it comes to this Voca squad. The only thing that Shane can kind of pride, not the only thing, there's a lot of things you can pride Shane on, but one of the biggest things that I can pride him on is the way that he's able to anchor down some of these bomb sites, some of the toughest bomb sites in Counter-Strike. The B bomb site on Train, anchoring that site it takes a certain kind of player. You need to understand your timings very well. You need to understand how you're going to play around with the utility, and most of all, you're going to have to make the most of terrible positions. You're playing up in Cloud there, you're max getting 1.5 kills 9 times out of 10, but Shane manages to pull rabbit out of a hat and find 3. Sure, you can comment a bit about the spacing for Boss, but it still takes a master in terms of the mechanics in pulling out 3 kills from that position, and he makes it look so easy, but trust me, it's not.
No, it's not. 1000% not. Go play Oil in that position on Train, you'll see. Anyway, speaking of great stuff, Dia and Snav are going to get a couple more in this round. Fruit Cup and Ben Leet, the last 2 standing, all happened very early on. It was an attempt through T-Con and Ivy, but completely rebuffed by Voca, who are now looking at a 7-5 lead heading into the second half, which, I mean, could still, feels very likely, but we could still see a recovery from Fruit Cup and Ben Leet. In particular, Fruit Cup, keep our eye on him. They have to get the bomb back in their hands. That's what Fruit Cup is attempting right now, as he'll scoop that up right outside of T-Spawn. Ben Leet is just trying to hold the space he's been afforded right now. It's not going to be easy, though.
Very difficult situation. And with a player pressed up against T-Con and Snav, it was always going to be difficult. The Guardian Angel from behind, and Voca takes that lead 7-5. 5 on the trot to close out the half. And I mean, I guess we can continue that conversation about how the wind has definitely been ripped out of the sails of Boss. And they'll really be feeling uncomfortable moving over their defense, especially when you talk about the win percentages that we kind of discussed about previously.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, usually we'd be saying, look, you're switching over to the CT side. This is your favorite side. You're good to go. But that is not the case for Boss. They've struggled on the defensive end here of Train. I don't want to say struggle, but it hasn't been as dominant as it can be. Maybe you could argue Voka didn't necessarily have that dominant CT side. But the B side is pretty good. Let's see if they can continue rocking along here as we get into the pistol round, which was won by Boss previously. Back and forth we go. Dia with a couple. Ben waiting at connector. I think he saw the player go towards Bomb Train. Or maybe not. I'm not sure. Yeah, Ben's going to get completely sideswiped here. And then Shane does the work against Doherty. Fruit Cup, last one standing. Trying to isolate that fight towards T-Con, but as it stands, he can't hit that headshot, and he doesn't have the kit. And there are just so many players to dig out of position that he won't be able to. And in fact, Carson puts him out of his misery. 8-5 for Voka.
Such a heartbreaking sequence there for Darty. It felt like he had the right timing. If he was maybe a half second earlier for every single angle that he checked the back of the bomb train, he checked E-box, he checked the front end of the bomb train as well, and it felt like he just dodged a head or two. And because of that, it kind of just unravels for the player in Hell, the player in Camera, and the player on the bomb train itself. And there's just no trade potential there. There's no crossfires established. And instead, Voka get off to the sweltering start that they're looking for. They take a boatload of nade damage trying to get out of T-Con, though. And they're really hoping that Snap can open the gauntlet here, and he absolutely will. B-Wills gets nothing, and neither does Ben Leet. And all of a sudden, that great work done with the nades could have been all for naught, and it looks like it.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Boss. I mean, Util on point in terms of what they needed to toss to try and gain control there. Just that the firepower behind it wasn't that significant, and they couldn't get those 5.7s to connect, nor the MP9s. All right, Slight, last one available here with the Scout, and I mean, there are technically 4 players that can die to one shot, and that would have been a frag anyway. Hits the head of Dia, trying to fade off. I feel like chasing it isn't really worth it for Voka, though, right? Because their money hasn't really stabilized. We're still very early on in this second half. Just keep what you've got. It's not a problem necessarily to worry about that Scout.
Not at all. I mean, as far as Slight is concerned, he can have it.
Yep.
It's really about what's around him, and unfortunately there's not going to be much around him in the round following. It's just going to be USPs, P2Ks, and what have you. This is a chance for Voka to rack up some cash and to get that double-digit marker on the board.
Yeah, it feels like it should be almost a sure thing for Voka to find those double digits and not only get that, but double up on the scoreline of Boss. Just crazy to think this was 4-0 for Boss, and we were talking about a potential revival for them on Train where things were looking the same way as they did a couple of months ago. But no, that has not been the case here. A 9-1 run for Voka since that point. Nade sails in, and that's something that Boss have done pretty effectively here over at T-Con. That's the only nade they've got, though, and the only smoke they had has also been utilized here. So Util is completely drained. Now it's up to the firepower, whatever these pistols can bring to the table.
You don't have a flash to get this P250 involved. Truly unfortunate that people can't take advantage of that. And instead, they're just going to have to play reactionary. They can't force that opening play unless Fruit Cup can get to some antics up on Ivy. Gets very aggressive and finds a tag onto an encroaching T, but is not able to actually complete the kill. So that's really the biggest play that Boss had moving into that one. And they'll try to rebuff that angle alongside B-Wills and Slight there on Ivy, but I don't think they're going to necessarily find anything when the main hit is coming out through the T-Con side, and Snav's hitting some blinders as well to make matters worse.
No, I mean, talked about it. Snav last time on Train, he was their top frag, and he's there again. 17 on the board. Shane is going to tie him up on that 17 mark with a couple of anti-ecos for himself, saying, hey, I can keep up with you too. And 34 frags amongst them. 10-5 for Voka. 3 more rounds, and this map is cooked. Boss could really use a response now. They will have pretty much every piece they could hope for. Slight a little light on the util. Doesn't have the flashes, which he's usually pretty potent with. but has the AWP, and I think that's the most important thing right now.
Yeah, you just want to get this guy mobile and activated as quickly as possible, because this game is very quickly running out of chances, and I mean, if you lose this round, it feels pretty much over and done with. That's where Voka can really turn up the heat in terms of pacing and really just blow you out of the server with that pace. But for right now, Slight is trained on Ivy, and that's about it. There's nothing really too flamboyant about his playstyle to start this one out. And you'd better hope that he can find his counterpart in Dia pretty effectively and soon. Here's an opening engagement though. Snav fighting against Fruit Cup, but it's the youngster to come out on top. And that's a 5v4 that they desperately needed, John.
Yeah, but can they build around it is the question. I mean, yes, getting rid of Snav is super promising given the amount of impact he's had so far, but you still have Dia and Shane to worry about. Dia, who can be very potent with the rifle too. And Voka, as you mentioned, they do like to play it slower here on Train. Although they have had some pretty fast executes, so maybe they're trying to break that trend. But as it stands, they are going to lean their way into B. Darty over at Oil. That's where, you know, all that great work was done from Shane in the previous half. Darty will have the support of his Opper and Slight, who's watching Upper. This could be the difference maker. Flashes will have to be absolutely on point to make sure Slight doesn't have visibility. There's a good one. Do they have anything left? They need that third. Shane has the last flash in his hands, but Darty is going to win that fight. Slight isn't blinded at all, so he's got a couple of clean fights, and that should be the round in favor of Boss. Only Dia left standing in a 1v4 clutch attempt. 13 seconds on the clock. There's the first. There's the second. Dia, are you really doing this? No. Darty finally Goomba stomps him with the M4, and it will be a 6th for Boss.
I actually thought that he had the read on the Oil player there. That was really close to being just the most embarrassing way to lose a round. But Slight puts on his hero boots, charges over to that B bomb site, and just tears through 2. Important round for Boss's comeback dreams. And this is, I think, another one of those issues that I have with Voka's T side is when timer starts to tick down and, you know, you got 30 seconds left on the clock. I just don't feel as though there's enough of a call in the system there to get them over the line at a man disadvantage. This is where I would like for that more of an up-tempo style for Voka to really get them over that line. But I'm going to continue this slower pace, hope that they can get an opening entry to start things off. Dia, alongside his teammates here in the Brown Halls, looking to get activated. Doesn't spot Slight here on this close angle, but doesn't spot B-Wills either. So he'll just hold on to this in case they want to drop that incendiary later on, but nothing showing. He'll try his hand later.
And we continue to wait. Boss don't want to get aggressive because they know that Voka like to play this slow. They've been here twice before on this map. And Voka, I want to say they're feeling things out, but not really. They haven't really sent anyone to hunt for space outside of Pop. And now they're just kind of staying in one place and waiting for the execute.
Again, very reactionary, right? It's a 3-player lean to the B bomb site. You'd have no T-con control. You got your site players pushed back onto the bomb site proper. This is where these T-sided players can really put you in a world of hurt. A huge shot from Snav to open things up. This Hell player's really got to get activated, but he can't find anything. Ben Leak gets nothing in the round.
Oh my God.
The spam is insane from Snav, and the kill from Slump is even better. They ripped through that A bomb site, but it's almost as if the red carpet was rolled out for them to do so.
I mean, Snav was firing through the smoke around his teammate. That's not easy to do, and he gets the frag as well without doing any damage to, I think it was Slump. Wow. Okay, Snav. Didn't know you had that in your game. 11-6 for Voka as they dominate on the late execute. And yeah, I mean, I was saying Voka maybe wanted to look for more information there, but I guess if there's no disruption on the other side, Boss weren't getting aggressive or looking for anything at all, it's fine, because zero information on Boss's side either as to where the actual hit's going to come through, and they get caught very, very flat-footed. That's something you never want to happen in CS2. Standing still in this game is a death sentence. You need to be moving around, otherwise you're going to find yourself very quickly face down in the dirt. And that's what happens to Boss in that round. Potential 12th here for Voka as Boss are forcing up, which will happen to the finish line should they lose here.
Yeah, this is a real dire strait for Boss. A scout on Ben Lead, a couple of SMGs, Fruit Cup, your stars on a Deagle. This is going to be difficult, and Ben Lead gets the tag, but not the bag. Dia will find that opening 5-on-4, and all of a sudden, this A bomb site seems considerably under threat. When you've lost Pop, you've lost Ivy, you've lost Old Bomb as well. A real opportunity to just twist that knife in, and Carson will continue to compound the pain. Huge kill onto B-Wills. They've pushed another player on E-Box down against the wall, and he's out for the count. Fruit Cup hits the deck, and it's all up to Darty. At this point, saving this MP9 might be the best avenue of action, but it doesn't even look like that's going to happen here, John. It's 12 for Voka, and this has just been a romp all the way back.
Yeah, I can't really blame him for going for a fight, because they're like, MP9, I'll buy it again the next round. Like, who cares? But yeah, that was a nigh impossible situation. Anyway, 12-6, it's looking like a repeat of that previous map of Train now. Potentially in favor of Voka. Boss, a chance, to get back into this. We have seen crazier recoveries. Unfortunately, their CT side continues to be a point of weakness on a map where it shouldn't be. 4 MP9s and the A1S. What can you do? Fruit Cup only at 8 frags. It's another bit of a concern. Used to be that star fragger for Boss and now has really slowed up considerably. When facing off against tougher competition, at least.
This is nice to have, though, for Boss. Opening T-Con control can start to put a little bit of pressure here on the T's to look elsewhere for some map control. And they're not really challenging on Ivy as well, so they turned their attention over to Brown Halls, over to Pop Dog as well, and you've still got a player patrolling on the T-spawn side of things that Snav can try to shut down. Ryoko pushing in, isn't able to spot that jiggling player just yet, or the shoulder of a second player. And, wow, they're actually going to fall away temporarily? Okay, never mind. Snav is back here, asking for a flash, dropping that one over. And here comes the clear. A lot of the round hinges on this one, but he's going to go right before it and still catches off Slight. Luckily, a 1-for-1 is there. Beebles has an opportunity at a second, just catches Dia off as he's trying to nade open the smoke. But again, a trade is there. Tit for tat, go Voka and Boss, but this A bomb site is again under threat. They found these A-sided players all beneath the bomb train.
Whoa.
And still a 1-on-2 for Carson with the B bomb site open for business.
Okay. Boss, the fact that you even brought it to this point is pretty crazy with the lack of firepower they had in the round. 2K for B-Wills, who's finally awoken. I think he's only had 3 frags since it was 4-0 in favor of Boss. But here's Carson! What a shot on the first! Gets tagged up a little bit, but now he's going to fade away and use his remaining flashbangs. He's still got 1 left, in fact. He puts it back in his back pocket. Says, this I will store up for later on in the round. Let's let Darty hunt around a little bit, and then try and find the timing. No kid indeed, yeah. Darty, sees the bullets race by. Flashbang toss, but Darty plays anti-flash. Now he has to chase, and Carson knows it. He gets away. Darty, 10-second defusal, doesn't have time now. The round is over, and so is the map. Masterful work from Carson in the 1v2, and a 13-6 victory replicated again.
You want to talk about X Factors? That's the X Factor for you. He's not going to open the round this time around. He's going to close it down. And that's a massive 1-on-2 from Carson. Played to absolute perfection. If you ever want to learn how to play a post plant in a 1vx situation, that's how you do it. You find a way to manufacture that first kill. And once you know you have that pressure on in the 1-on-1, even in a 1-on-2 situation, that's where you use Brown Halls to your advantage. You dance around the angles, you use your utility, you make sure you can get that bomb diffuser off said diffuse, and that pressure built up is just so well put together there from Carson. And honestly, a well put together map there from Voka as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think they, went for that slower approach on T side, but it worked out. Like every single time, they actually went for their execute, except for once. Obviously, they lost that one round, but outside of that, it felt like things were put together really well. Like you were saying, I think Carson also deserves credit. A lot of the time, you're panicked, right, in that type of post plant situation in a 1v1, and you throw both flashes at once. You're like, oh, I'll just toss it all at once and dump it in, and hope. Sorry, hit my screen there. I'll dump it all in at once, and then that'll be it. But no, he has that patience, like, okay, I'm going to need this later, let's keep it right here, and then when the time is right, I will throw it. And absolutely, it was a perfect moment. Once he hears the bomb being tapped, throws the flash in, makes it seem like he's going to take a fight, but in fact his only intention is to get a flash thrown and back off again and force the chase and prevent the bomb from being defused. Absolutely brilliant stuff from him, and as you mentioned, from Voka as a whole. Now we are going to hit a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have more PrizePicks any revival. Oh, excuse me, we have stats. I got ahead of myself there, folks, so we got to look at the stats for both of these squads to see how everyone performed in comparison to their PrizePicks frag estimates. Those will be coming up very, very soon for you guys. In the meantime, we continue talking about that map of Train. And honestly, Boss, 4-0 start. I was feeling good for them. I thought they acquitted themselves well. It felt like they were going toe-to-toe with Voka. But then afterwards, like the wheels fell off the train. And, like that's it. It's quite simply. And I think it kind of starts with Ben Leeds fight in that 1v1. That's when I got worried, because I'm like, that's a weird fight to take. That not going for the rifle, keeping the op in a 1v1 scenario where you have an idea of where that last player might be and you're looking in the right direction, but you just can't activate because you didn't get the scope. You can't scope in time. With a rifle, you don't have to worry about scoping in. You just take the fight immediately and that's it. So yeah, anyway, look, it was tough for Boss and Voka. Let's look at these frag estimates. Dia, of course, 32.5 is the estimate, 19 for him. So he's already well on his way in that direction. The same could be said for Shane and Snav. I mean, Snav in particular, right? I think we highlighted him as a potential kind of wild card pick to go over, to exceed the PrizePicks frag estimate. But yeah, I think he's only 9 away now.
Yeah, it is huge work from him in terms of the multi kills. I feel like the thing that I mentioned is that sometimes in these sticky situations where they're, in a 3-on-3, in a 4-on-3 man disadvantage, I feel like he always finds a way to get a couple. It's usually like one and he falls away and he'll manufacture another one somewhere else. And that effectiveness really boded well for them throughout both halves, on the defensive end and on the offensive end. He ends with 101 DAR to close things out. Shane with 110. So, I mean, he's inching towards his frag estimate very, very quickly as well. So all around top to bottom performance there. On the other end for Boss, it's really upsetting when you look at just the disparity of frags across the board. We spoke about the less estimate for Ben Leet in terms of 23.5. And unfortunately, he is in that ballpark with the 6-17 scoreline. And we did really kind of champion Fruit Cup as our guy on the Boss end, but even he just really couldn't get off the mark on the other end either. 8 kills for him, and feels like a mile away from that frag estimate.
I mean, it doesn't bode well for Boss heading on towards Mirage. You kind of set it up at the beginning. We're putting a lot of emphasis on that train for Boss. If they don't pick it up, they're in a lot of trouble. Well, they didn't pick it up, and they're in a lot of trouble. We'll see if they can recover, but before then, we're taking a break.
It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on, I'm ready to huff the f***ing cup. I'm huffing copium, baby. Oh my God, he got two. That was hilarious.
Everything to be gained. The blaster swing.
Come on.
He's got it. The first is in.
Come on, holy shit! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been planning this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me. Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool. The players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house. And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games. And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something would be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these. So I'd love to see you here. Come to Vegas, come support North American Counter-Strike. Love to see you here. I said it 3 times.
You said come twice.
What? Oh God, yeah, please come to the event. We desperately need you to be here. Otherwise, NACS will die. You know what? There we go. There you go. You can just do that whole thing at the end. That'll be perfect.
Welcome back to PrizePicks and Revival Series number 10. We're getting ready to jump into the action here on Mirage. We're now on what is Voka's map pick, and they've been fairly solid here over the last 3 months, 7-4. Although there was a brief moment in time, right, Paladin, where it felt like they were struggling to find the answers. It was close losses for most of the time, like 11-13 against Mythic. Remember, that was one of the maps they lost in that series. Yeah, and Money Crew as well, Marca Registrata. Like, these are teams that they shouldn't have been losing against, and they were on Mirage. But ever since Dia returned to the roster, this is one of the things that did flip on its head and go back in the direction you expect.
Yeah, I think he again raises the floor of this roster. The consistency factor that he brings as an individual is so important to this team's success, and we'll definitely get to see a boatload of Dia once we switch over to that defensive end as well. So off rip though, double dually set up here for Boss on either end of the map, but it's an A execution here for Voka. Pressed up against the Palace Ghost Light, and he isn't even able to find one kill, much less a multi, and Slump will continue to add some more pain. Dia on top of it, and it's just a dominating A take there from Voka.
Yeah, and just a note, by the way, it hasn't just been good, it's been excellent since Dia joined. They haven't lost a map in Mirage since he's been on this squad. 7-0 here with Dia on the roster. This pistol round looks like it'll be another round victory for them, and indeed it is. No casualties at all. Almost everyone gets in on the fragging. Snav the only one who doesn't find it, but it doesn't matter. Voka absolutely thrilled to get off to another quick start here, potentially on Mirage. And talking about the numbers a little bit more, over on the Voka side, 58.8% of their round victories come on CT side, but on T side, they actually have very good numbers, 54.5% win percentage. But you look on the other side, and actually, Boss haven't had overall the last 3 months a bad time. It's just been recently that it's been going very poorly for them. They played Voka twice in a row, lost to them each time, 4-13, and then lost to Mythic 9-13. Like, that's how bad, unfortunately, it has been for them on this map lately.
I feel like you do need just a little bit of firepower from some of these guys to kind of break that trend. That's really what it comes down to. The fundamentals are very easily understandable, and I know that all 5 players on the server for the CT side is capable of figuring out how to play Mirage. So it's really a question of, can they get that big double kill, that big triple kill to get them activated? And as you saw in that pistol, the answer is no so far. But we'll see as this game develops if there's a guy that steps up and rises to that occasion. Because we did have a fleeting, exciting moment out of Boss when you talk about the initial rounds on Train. So the firepower and capability is there from this team. We just need to squeeze it out of them.
How do you squeeze it out of them is the question. Right now, it hasn't been happening. I think it's been 3 months since Bentley joined, maybe more. I'm actually going to just double check that. I do have it right in front of me, and 2 months. So I actually did say, since Ben joined, that it takes time for his system to be implemented, and I gave them 3 months to really start seeing it. And I just don't feel like the trend is upwards right now. That's my only concern, but I'll give them a little more time to cook as things go on here. But if they hit the 3-month mark and they still aren't getting at least respectable results against top competition in ECL, they might have to consider changes again.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, already with the way that they plummeted on the VRS, it's already a sore sight for eyes, especially when you consider the fact that they're in a position where they have to go up against lag for a VRS back and forth to secure an invite is already very worrying, because the Boss at the beginning of this year would not even be in that conversation in the first place. So a real topsy-turvy situation for an organization, or a banner like this, I should say. Aggression out from A on Voka's side. A smoke here for Darty to get a bit more into the action, but he can't find the kill that he's looking for, and the FAMAS is just a little off the mark. Solid nade out there from Voka as well. Fruit Cup down to 50. They've got themselves CT control, but it's getting wrestled back here from B-Will slowly but surely.
It's just looking like Voka are bullying them, though, right? And there's not really much of a response on the Boss side. Yes, Slight comes in on a flank here to find Carson, but still a 3v3, and all 3 of your surviving players at the half-health mark. They're trying to deliver damage, but Slight walking up with Util in his hands with the risk of a player being there. No information towards Tetris. I don't know about that. And obviously, after that, they have to fall off. B-Wills and Fruit Cup. saving the A1Ss of the round going the way of Voka again. And I do want to emphasize the fact that since it was 4-0 for Boss, that Voka are now on a 15-2 run.
Woof. Yeah, that's a perfect stat to really encapsulate everything that's going on right now, because it has been one-way traffic and then some now for Voka. It feels like every player is able to go through their decision making and it's always the right decision. And I do feel like sometimes they're not making the right decision, but there's just not enough pushback from the other end that you're getting these lopsided rounds time after time. And again, they start on a 5v4 here. Fruit Cup, the lone rifle, has been spotted and slightly off in his movement, gives a little bit of space over on the cat bricks, and Dia takes advantage. They're going to continue to go charging into that B bomb site as Carson finds another. And that should be a 4th round locked and loaded. There might be a gun to be scooped up here from Slight as the smoke fades, but even that might go the other way.
It feels like it will. Dia. Oh. Goes through the smoke in the opposite direction, so there is still a chance for Slight to strike, but he's the last one standing, and then Dia looks around and says, wait, is someone in that smoke? Yes, they are. Slight gone, and it will be 4-0 Broca. Actually made a slight miscalculation on that. Unfortunately for Boss, it's actually worse than I said. It was a 16-2 run, and now it is a 17-2 run in favor of Voka. Oof.
Boo.
Yeah.
Well, the gun's now out for Voka and AWP, or sorry, the gun's out for Boss. Voka have had guns for quite some time at this point. Slight now with this AWP, and we saw moments out of him as we typically do, but it's the concept of stringing these moments and telling a story for us. That's the real thing that we're trying to get out of Slight, and we've been looking for quite some time. This time tasked with holding on to this B bomb site all alone. And a 4-player lean back over to this A bomb site initially, hoping that they can punish some aggression, but this aggression is going to be really hard to deal with when you think about 2 players in the window at a minute 13.
B Wills staring at said window, flicks around. Okay, Dia's gone. Will he expect the second? I don't think so. 2 players decide to go up ramp, and maybe it won't matter. Shane only gets 1 out of that engagement. A 4v2 for Boss, but that is quickly brought down. It's only a man advantage. Indeed, B Wills did not expect the second, and slump strikes from Connector. It's all falling apart for Boss. A-site control seemingly lost. Fruit Cup waiting in ramp, but it feels like they know he's here. Fruit Cup's gonna get destroyed by that flashbang, and Slump capitalizes on it for another frag. 2 for him, 1 for Snav, as they have been fighting through this 2v4 so effectively, leaving only Slight remaining with the op. 1 advantage for Slight is only 1 flashbang left for Voka, so if they don't deploy it in this direction, then he has a clean shot.
Maybe a barrel could have been spotted in that situation, but I don't think so. Either way, actually, maybe they have. Yeah. That's a beautiful flash. It doesn't hit him completely, but just enough to jostle his aim, and Slump capitalizes. I don't know how they get that one pieced together, but that feels like one of those back-breaking rounds to lose if you're Boss. Your confidence is already at rock bottom when you speak about the run that Voka is on right now. But to lose that round in that kind of fashion is absolutely shambolic. You know, you have a 90-degree turn from your jungle player to give the chance over to that window fight, and after that, it's just aggression after aggression, fight after fight, win after win for Voka. And for Boss, they're just going to keep investing. They just need to get around on the board come hell or high water, and nothing is coming up their way. It's another double kill for this T side, and they are just demolishing Slight underneath the balcony. He's already down to 25 HP. They can really do as they please on this map of Mirage, and they can get away with anything.
I think the toughest thing right now for Boss is that there's a lot of times that teams are struggling, like, okay, well, they're doing things right, and it feels like just not going their way. It doesn't look like they're doing things right in a lot of cases. Like, not the best of movement for Fruit Cup, jumping up there towards mid, stays up on the ledge for way too long, should have jumped down and went for cover into mid, instead like exposes himself and reloads at the same time. Like that's just two big no-nos all at once. And after that, you know, you're leaving Slight in a situation where he's in a 1v4, and I'm sure there's only so much you can do. But it also harkens back to Ben Leeds' play previously on that map of Train, where he doesn't go for the rifle in a 1v1. Like, I understand maybe if it's Slight in that situation, but that's not your primary. Go to the rifle. It makes more sense. And Slight will not be able to survive either here. 6-0 for Voka, and Carson, you know, he's fired up, right? And he will not shy away from that BM. Loves the map and loves to shove it in your face.
Absolutely. And I mean, he's had quite the hot hand here to start on Mirage. As we kind of expected, 7-2 to start. 9-0 for Slump, a guy that I had my question marks about, but clearly he's hitting those high highs that we were hoping for.
Yeah.
It's a dream situation here for Voka. And for Boss, everything that could go wrong is going wrong. But that's something that maybe potentially changed the tides of war. B-Wills with an opener, shutting down Slump, giving him his first death. But where one Hydra's head is ripped off, another two sprout to life. Dia and Carson find their men. There is still a snake in the grass and Darty, but he's dealt with. So you still have a 3-on-2. Sure, Slight's got his AWP up, but this bomb should be able to go down. And that's where things get even worse for this Boss squad.
I just feel like Boss are fully tilted too. Like they're going for fights here, and then Benley loses it. Slight's not saving the op. Like what's happening here? What's the thought process, guys? Slight eventually will fade away, I think. Watching. I get it now. Like you can't get away, so you're gonna try and jump into window. Finally does, but didn't have to be in that position in the first place. This is just generally very worrying signs for this Boss squad. Not to mention they've been forcing up a lot in this half, and they're going to lose the op. I mean,
I think the conversation about tilt is a very interesting one, and one that I think makes a lot of sense in this situation. I mean, I don't think they're making that play at a 3-0 deficit. I think going on that huge run for this Focus squad has completely shifted the mentality of Boss. And again, I do think that a lot of this lies on losing that 4-on-2. I think if they were able to get that one over the line, maybe there's a conversation that you can have that they can try to run it back or at least make it competitive. But when you lose a round like that, I think that's where you kind of look down at your desk, look down at your hands and your mouse and keyboard, and you say, what are we doing wrong? And you start to question everything. That's where you start to get way too aggressive.
Also, that's when you have to call a timeout. That's what they're there for. You know, take a pause. Say, guys, hold on a moment. What is happening here? Why are we not pulling things together? Like, it's one thing to lose. You know, it's one thing to not have, like I said before, when things aren't going your way, you're going to lose a map, fine. But don't just start making foolish plays. Keep to your protocols, right? And keep hoping that sticking to that will find success, or at least try to make some risky plays, but not the ones like that. Like, don't go for exits when you're down to 2-5. Anyway, Slump is going to get a frag here. Shane finds B-Wills, and the pistols don't ring true. And again, I want to clarify. I'm not trying to be harsh or trying to, like, trash Boss in any way. It's just, it's not looking good. Like, I'm trying to tell it like it is.
Yeah, there has to be some calculations being made if you're taking those risks, and that's what makes CS2 so exciting, is that you do always have to be active in how you're playing your game, no matter what side of the map you're on. But there's always a line, and Counter-Strike has always been, you know, at its core has had that line being walked for so long, and it does feel like they're reaching over that line a little too frequently. Now for these last few rounds, it feels like, you know, these four are absolutely paramount. And already, I mean, I'm going to be completely honest, it feels like this game is over and done with,
yes,
in a lot of ways. But in order to make this a game, these 4 rounds feel paramount.
Yeah. No, and you got to pull yourselves together. I don't know where that timeout is. Call it, please. And that's one thing I kind of expect from Ben Lee with the veteran leadership, is to get these guys under control and call a pause and say, okay, let's figure this out. That will be a nice play from Frucup and Ben. Okay, that's a nice little string of frags to pull on through. fourth foul from Slight. The final one still needs to be secured. Dia's position known. Flashbang gonna get tossed. I like the adjustment from Boss here, and they will get the round. Well done. Didn't need a timeout. They just talked things over in the buy time and said, we have to get more aggressive. Let's fight for that mid control and not allow them to have their way. And that is a very important first round for Boss to find.
You know, I do agree with you, John, on that sentiment, though. It's like it's a team that is struggling. You know, Voka has had this rock-solid, speedy attempt at taking some of these bomb sites. Just slow the pace of these rounds down at the very least. You know, there's a real benefit to that. Even if you don't have anything really crazy to say, anything new to say, but oh my goodness, Carson surely has something to say.
God,
He just walks
Carson.
straight through the incendiary on ramp, rips two heads. He's got a third one on his plate, and he'll find that one too. Slight switches over to the USP, but it's Carson with the fourth. They just miss every single avenue to take him out, and it's not going to be the ace, but Carson has stamped his foot of authority here in the round. Ben Lee will try to claw some back, but Slump will be there to shut it down nearly,
Oh,
but
what's
there's
this?
still a little bit of something in this round, but finally dealt with by Snap. But what a round from Carson.
I mean, yeah, he's such an exciting player to watch. One of the most exciting at the tier 2 level, I find, in North America, because he doesn't shy away from those crazy plays. You know, high risk, high reward, but he goes right into it, no hesitation, even starts jumping around to get across from Tetris towards stairs and finds a third frag. So beautifully done from Carson. I mean, could have even had the ace, right, with that 4K coming through, but eventually shut down by Ben Lead. And then everyone started to drink the Carson Kool-Aid, right? Like, oh yeah, let's all push out and try to find this last frag on Ben. It gets a little bit scary, but Snap calms it down and will get the last. Fruit Cup. Make sure Carson can't do that again. And that's the double-edged sword for Carson. Sometimes he gets punished, but they do get a response immediately from Voka. And I think this harkens back to what you were saying about Voka being a perfect squad for Carson, because he can make those aggressive plays. Sure, it might not work, but you still have the firepower behind him to recover like that.
Yeah, huge work. And now they've lost mid boss, and it's really up to Fruit Cup to muster up some courage here, and he's found one, and he spotted a second, and he's able to dodge death for just a brief moment, but he'll surge back forward. Molly is good to stave him off, but he'll go through, and that's where the punishment is there. He didn't know about the extra chair player in Snav, and the punishment is in full effect. 3-on-2 men advantage for Voka, and they've spotted out Slight as well. 45 seconds left on the clock, though, so they definitely have to join hands here and make sure that they can hit a bomb site together, especially considering how far away Slump is. But he'll rejoin his teammates through the underpass, and they should be able to deal with that A site you'd like to think up through Con. I don't know if that was intentional.
Yeah, I don't think so. I was going to say, like, you're giving away an audio cue. Might have just been the old keyboard hitting the mouse type of thing when you're moving it to the left, so yeah, that's unfortunate. Darty will be waiting in perhaps an unexpected spot in ramp, but it's an MP9, so he's going to have to get a little bit closer. Mid-range shots will be a little bit difficult. No, he still hits it, and Slight gets Dia. It's all up to Slump now. What a recovery from Boss. A second round would go a very long way. Slump has been fantastic so far on Mirage. He does isolate the fight. What a shot on the Slight. Maybe the next. No, Darty's MP9 is indeed successful. He will upgrade to an AK, and Boss finally have a second round.
Oh, that is so huge for the mental as far as Boss is concerned, more so than the round.
Yeah.
That's another one of those situations where once Slump hits that first one, you're thinking, oh, he's so on right now that that second one is a given. But solid strafing there from Darty, making use of that SMG movement and just moving up that crosshair just enough for the capitalization on the one-on-one. They can get a third here. Maybe we've got a shot at something. I just feel like they're getting their heads slowly back into the game. They're being a little bit more measured in these XVX situations. And, you know, sure, you have that Carson round there, but if you can erase that from your mind, there is something here for Boss that they're slowly building upon. But you've got this weird situation here between Snav and Dia. It's a double-op situation. Or sorry, triple-op situation. I think they're just all looking for picks somewhere on the map, and they'll switch back to an AK. There goes Snav. But Carson's not able to find anything. just yet, holding on to that A main aggression, but it's mid aggression here. Another crunch from Boss, and they go 1 for 1. And with that, there'll be a pounce from the other end.
That's such a good activation from Voka. Fruit Cup here trying to deny it, but he'll only get 1 before he is traded immediately by Carson's op. And Carson, as mentioned, can run the op pretty effectively around Dia. Not often will you see a double op T side from Mirage, perhaps CT side, but yeah, they're bringing it through and it's working. B-Wills and Slight, the last two standing here. Nade gonna go into the smoke for Slight to break through and get visibility, but Voka have firm control still. Dia, oh my goodness, Slight, what's happening there? He jumps right in front of Dia, doesn't expect it, and Dia's like, okay, I will take 2 there. 12-5 is his final scoreline in the half, and Voka have hit double digits.
Oh my god, that is so unfortunate for Slight. Having to jump into that T player. I mean, that round was a very difficult round to win in any situation. But that is just embarrassing in terms of the sequence there. But Boss cannot get the third. There's double digits in terms of the offense for Voka. And now they are bearing down on another feather in their cap as far as this head-to-head is concerned. They've just been so dominating between the two of them. And they're not looking at stopping anytime soon. Oh, what a shot. Oh, boy.
Just keeps getting better for the Voka side. Benleet will eventually find Snav. Okay, B-Will's onto Dia. Something materializing. A shot through the smoke, I guess. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Slump's going to get 2 towards CT. And then Shane finds B-Will's. And this quickly flipped right on its head. Post-plant Boss all try to go into CT. And then get punished. So Shane having a little bit too much fun. Putting a bullet into Carson's dome saying, good job. We got this. Or maybe saying, why are you defusing it? You have no kills. Slumper, I find it. I don't know.
I want the MVP. Yeah. MVPs matter. Don't you know this? They show up on HLTV and everything. But hey, now PrizePicks check marks are going to start rolling through. Shane has gotten more than 29.5 kills. And I do believe Dia is nearing his check mark as well. So yeah, all's looking good on the Voka end.
And Snav. Right? Snav just needs one more. Yeah. And he'll be across that finish line for himself, too. Round number 14. I'm not sure. This is what I was saying before. Like, if it's really fast, then maybe some of those check marks won't come through. But it's just credit to Shane and how well he's playing for the fact that he's able to get that for himself with only like 13 rounds into this one. Carson farming away here, forced by completely neutralized. And it will be a 12th round for Voka as soon as Benleet falls. And will he fall? Benleet? Okay. Gets a couple. Nice. But not nearly enough. 12-2 for Voka. They have 10 opportunities to close out this series.
Yeah, and I think they'll manage to get it done. I don't think that's a crazy statement to say, especially in the circumstances at hand, but there it is, as you kind of mentioned. Snav, more than 28.5 kills, and he secures that very easily with not as aggressive as a total from Train, but 9 kills, still very impactful 9 kills here on Mirage. And now another Hail Mary attempt out middle, 1 by 1 they go, and there's a dink found from Dia. But here's some confirmation in terms of the kills, and it's just a 1-on-2 for Darty to keep the hopes and dreams of Boss alive here. No bomb, but all the space in the world.
And Dia did just find the PrizePicks check mark there as well, hitting his 15th and 16th frags. He might have even had it before then, but either way, you know, that's 3 of the 5 players getting their check mark for Voka. Darty, last one standing. 1v2 clutch required. No bomb in his hand. Shane's got that under his control. I think there might be an upgrade for Shane as well here at top mid from the MP9, but he wants to stick with it. Darty, Mac 10, Carson making a ton of noise as he's apt to do. Will he look in the right direction? He does, and Carson ends it. Voka win the round and the series, a 13-6 and 13-2 drubbing up against Boss.
Yeah, it was never really close to begin with, and again, I'm going to always harp on that the way that they handled that 4-on-2, and that really felt like the end of the series, and unfortunately they could never truly pick it back up from there. And you've got to commend Voca for finding ways to compound whatever momentum that they have. It feels like there's a lot of teams in North America where they get that lead and they're not able to extend it and squash out whatever dying flame that's there on the other end. They give a chance for a comeback, but I always feel as though that if there's any team that I could look towards to close out a game, it's Voca in commanding fashion, and they absolutely led me to believe that that's the case in this situation.
No, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was impressive. I think they're one of the favorites to take it here, in my mind. And then Skin Rave also one of the teams I'm thinking about. NRG, NRG, Skin Rave, and Voca are the three top runners here to try and find another revival series under their belts. All past winners, of course. And NRG, I think early on in the existence of the NA Revival series, were the ones to find a lot of success. Anyway, we're waiting for those stats to come through here so we can talk about everyone who hit their PrizePicks check mark. We will have another match coming up after this between Marsborn and Lag. But before we get there, here we'll talk about the stats. Dia, yeah, he already had his PrizePicks check mark. We just were running through it right immediately afterwards. 35 on the board for him. Carson just too short of hitting the mark. And then you have Shane, got right across the finish line. Snav as well. Slump, I don't think we actually talked about Slump. He got it as
He got there too?
Yeah, just at the end, 28. So he gets his PrizePicks check mark too. And Carson's the only one that doesn't find the mark, which, I mean, in a 13, what is it, 26, 26 to 8 scoreline overall across two maps. It's pretty impressive to see how much damage they were doing.
Yeah, and you also got to talk about Carson not having the greatest trade map and just absolutely demolishing on Mirage. The fact that he's even that close in the first place is actually pretty impressive. And, if there's just an extra couple of rounds there, maybe he gets it over the line as well. But over on the boss side of things, not necessarily too much to write home about. I do think the Ben Lee less than check mark, if you could even really call it that, would be there. But other than that, I mean, you don't really have the Fruit Cup. I think we were looking at the Fruit Cup more than, and I didn't really see much else, right? I think that those are the two main guys. Slight as well.
Yeah, we'll bring up those stats in just a bit for the other side here, and we can talk about that. Yeah, so you're looking at B-Wills under. B-Wills was good on train at the beginning and then kind of fell off completely, and we didn't really see much on Mirage from him either, but I agree with you. Fruit Cup is the player we need to be focusing in on. It's just like when your star player is only putting up 16 frags and you have B-Wills, who's meant to be more of the veteran presence, getting 20, there's something wrong. And I mean, Slight as well with the AWP, you need a strong opera in Counter-Strike right now. You can't have an opera that's not able to contribute on a consistent basis. So, I mean, there's so many places where I can point my finger that something's wrong, that boss need to pull themselves together, take a step back and say, what do we need to change? How is our game? Does our game plan need to evolve in order for success to be found, not only against the lower rung of ECL, but also against the tougher competition like Voca? And it's not just a matter of, we need to fix a few things. That's my point. There's a lot that needs to be looked at.
Yeah, there's a very hard look in the mirror that these guys need to go through, and they don't have a lot of time, and they don't have a lot of matches to really figure it out. I mean, we're heading towards the end of the season, and once that major cycle starts, things start to die down a little bit elsewhere in the lower tiers. So this is an opportunity that is definitely going to fall by the wayside for them, but they're going to have to learn from this very quickly. I mean, ECL is definitely the last real bastion for them to pick up any meaningful wins. And, we still got that next best of 3 between Marsborn and Lag. And there's a real opportunity here for Lag to potentially cause some ruckus in terms of the VRS.
Absolutely. This is going to be interesting for sure. And as I mentioned before, Lag can be one of those teams that can find upset victories. And on the other side, I think we have the Skin Rave Curie match going on. And in that one, it is right now 3-0 in favor of Skin Rave. Is that an updated scoreline? That seems pretty, it's 3-0 in favor of Skin Rave. And that was the second match to start. Of course, I'm looking at
There
for the
was
other
a
result. Yeah,
NRG SKDC did happen, and
that
that was
ended.
a drubbing.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
I was like, "Where's that energy match? Did we miss it? Did it not happen?" But yeah, it was so fast that it's already off the main page, 13-2 and 13-0 on Mirage. I mean, we expected things to be NRG's way, but that is, well, it's unfortunate for Ocean. He's still got some work to do,
and
Paladin.
I will add in, George with a 2.52 and
Oh my
Zodic with a
God.
2.16. And Ocean, we love him, but if you sort HLTV by statistics, he is on the lower end, and he's back with the 0.39.
Oh my god. We love you, Ocean. We do, but
We do,
yeah,
we do.
that's not the greatest, unfortunately. All right. Enough on that, guys. We are going to hit a break. But before we do, we have to thank the wonderful people that make this possible here. And of course, who else but PrizePicks to thank for the entire event that comes through here. The NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity to host the NA Revival Series. Also, make sure you check out the Flom store at flomstore.com. That's FL0M store.com to buy some cool gear and sign up for ticket alerts for Flom Mythic Land Las Vegas. Any and all purchases help support this and future lands. Guys, we are going to hit that break. When we come back, we'll have Marsborn facing off against Lag.
It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the fucking cup. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh! Oh my god, he got two! Oh my god, he got two flash! That was hilarious!
Everything to be gained. The blaster swing.
Come on.
Got it. The first is in.
Come on! Holy shit! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been planning this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me. Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool. The players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house. And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games. And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something to be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these. So I'd love to see you here. Come to Vegas, come support North American Counter-Strike. Love to see you here. I said it 3 times.
Come twice.
What? Oh God, yeah, please come to the event. We desperately need you to be here. Otherwise, NACS will die. You know what? There we go. There you go. You can just do that whole thing at the end. That'll be perfect.
main, and already gets goosed. Lows through a wall, so not a lot of damage. Junior's going to be able to take down one. Marky will be finishing off Vulcan, though, and it is very, very one-sided. Not a single T player going down there for Skinrave, so 11-2. It is what it is. Kiri, of course, at this point, you just got to force into it. You got to try to get a round. You don't really want to try to play for the overtime when you got this many rounds. Disadvantage. Kind of no point. Miles, the solo man with the CZ in hand, over towards mid. Being aggressive, no elbow smoke is crazy, but so is that shot. Onto Laxi, Cryptic doing a bit of damage himself, and two ships in the night walk by each other as Marky walks right by my line and A main. Looks like he's coming back to check it. He has an idea, but it'll be my line with the MP Knight to take him down. The HPs suffer. 3 HP on Miles, 54 on my line. Go check the boost. Doesn't matter. Flicks up. Has enough HP to risk it. I know that Miles was here towards Donut as well. He's only got 12 bullets left in the CZ. Kind of the disadvantage of using it. No reserved ammo, so he's got to make them 12 bullets count. Skinrave opts to regroup. There are 3 players left over towards A. We got Miles with that 3 HP going out for that information, trying to get some information. It doesn't matter if he dies or not, as long as he finds something for his team, which he is going to be flanking quite quickly over here towards A. And it's going to work out well for him. Vulcan spots out his teammates, but with only 12 bullets, how do you do this? You have to do the math in your head. Only 12 bullets and 3 targets to shoot. You got to make sure you use your bullets wisely. Good for 1, good for 2. And walk. Last alive, it gets taken down, and 11 is all that Skinrave is going to get. And with that round going the way of Kiri, that breaks the economy of Skinrave. They are going to force buy into it because they have quite a lot of rounds to work with. Some Deagles, Armor, Tech 9, and P250 in their hands. Now Laxi over towards Elbow, trying to find something himself. But the CTs end up backing up. Lots of util being thrown. They know that because there's no mid players, no mid aggression, at least to their knowledge, the Ts could be grouping up somewhere. Vulcan, Fire Serpent in hand, gonna peek over towards A main, spots out the shoulder of Junior, and through the smoke, Miles will take one. Looking for another fight. Cryptic also through the, I mean, how do you deal with that? Now Vulcan does get one and goes down in the meantime. A site somewhat open. My line comes through Donut, takes down Junior, and that just leaves Walko. Deagle, sorry, cannot speak, in hand, gets taken down, and we have another round here for Kiri. Like I said, CT-sided game, or CT-sided team, I should say. Eleven's all they get. Economy destroyed, in shambles, some may say, for Skinrave here. 1,500 on Cryptic, the IGL, 1,500 on the Opper of Junior. Walko not looking much better himself. They do have max loss bonus, though, so no matter what, they'll be able to buy into the next round. Cryptic trying to take some space for his team, gets taken out by Freaky. Now Vulcan, MP9 here to farm. Flacco through the smoke, taking down Junior, leaving Walko last alive, who's going to eat some bullets through that smoke, but jumps up for that Deagle. And nade, I thought it was going to hit him. Not quite, though. 1 versus 5. They're crunching him. They're running at him. And that's going to be Kiri with a 5th. Now, I'm not trying to get hyped. I'm not trying to, like, oversell it, but, you know, this round right here kind of determines the rest, you know? If Skinrave win this, I dare say GG go next. But if Kiri wins this round, very possible they're back in it. Very, very possible. So we'll see what they can brew up here. It's been more about the economy, I would say, for Skinrave so far. Junior once more being super aggressive with that forward spawn, gets into that cheetah position, and now Miles, or sorry, not Miles, My Line through the smoke is good for one. Junior does get his player towards cheetah. Cryptic looking for one as well onto Miles. Gets taken down, but Junior there to trade, and now, excuse me, Walko takes down My Line. Man advantage now for Skinrave. 2 versus 3. Vulcan up in hand, clearing out mid alone. Trying to spot something out. Walko may walk into his scope there. Junior also getting close to Flacco. See Flacco a bit nervous. Shuffling back and forth. Kind of what you have to do in CS2 now. And the T's want the CTs to make the first move, to make the wrong move, to push into them. This is one of the best things you can do. If you're a new team, one of the best things you can do in a man advantage is to pause if you're on your T side. Pause and let the CTs try to make the first move, at least when you have time. Junior now walks through with a nice shot up onto Flacco. Vulcan spotted out by Walko. Information given over to his boys. Junior has already made it all the way into CT. Here's these footsteps. We'll see if Vulcan is ready for him. I don't think he will be. Nope. Junior is going to make it 4 on the round. And that's going to be map point going the way of Skinrave. Default util once more being exchanged. Laxi mollying that jump up position along with the nade. He will eat one himself, and My Line through the smoke made the jump, and it's a ramp push coming out from Marky. Doubles up on the round. Vulcan, op in hand, will take him down. Puts us back into the 3 versus 3. Gets another one onto Junior as well. And Skinrave have to pause. Laxi makes his way over from mid. Walko is all the way up ramp already. My Line, are you ready for him to be here? Looks like he shot some bullets towards him, but not quite. Calls out to Vulcan. He's low HP. Vulcan pulls out his USP, but right before that smoke comes out, he tries to go through the no-scope. The bomb is yet to be planted, and the T's have yet to cross. And Miles, through that smoke, timing well, takes him down. Walko gets that trade and tucks tail to go towards A. Vulcan is reading it, though. Or at least I thought he was. He was making his way somewhat towards A. But instead, he might find the perfect position here if Walko decides to go red. What do you do? What do you do if you're in his position? Oh, Vulcan. This is such a risky play, but it works out well. He's going to spot out Walko, who's low HP, so that's going to be another round. We continue. Ancient with Kiri taking their 6. All right, another somewhat of a force buy here. AK in the hands of Marky, who had a forward spawn. Maybe wants to take a fast play somewhere, but unknown as of right now. Actually decides to stay behind that smoke. He's walking his way up ramp now. My Line be that first point of contact, and an off angle is good to take him down. Now the rest of the T's emerge. It's going to be Flacco to get his. Make that 2. Make it 3. I thought, at least. It's going to be My Line to actually pick up Junior. That's just going to leave Walko. And Vulcan with a nice headshot to take him down. Listen, 12's all they get, boys. That's all I'm saying. 12's all they get. No op in the hands of Junior, who's been a heavy hitter for Skinrave so far. Laxi once more going to throw that mid utility. Amali towards jump up. He's been hit by that nade before, so he backs up. He knows what's going on well. Some flashes come out from Junior. They're perfectly placed, but Miles will actually get that spray down as he's blinded. Cryptic over towards lane, looking for one as well. And the mid play actually works out for Walko somewhat. My line will take him out. Junior walks through the smoke and catches one out with their gun, or with their knife in hand. In 3 versus 3. Do have 2 CT players over towards Cheetah. And we have the op posted up on A main. That's the exact positions you want if you're a CT in this position. Both of these CTs going to emerge through the Cheetah position. Now Junior. Oh, he doesn't get that trade. That's a bomb going down. Marky. 1 versus 2 for the map. But Freaky with 13 HP is able to peek out into him and make it happen. And we are inching closer and closer to overtime. Once again, this is another low buy round here for Skinrave, so this should be a 9-12 scoreline. Should be. Unless something chaotic, something crazy happens, which could be the case. Walko has made his way up onto the site, but Freaky is good for 2. Flacco gets one himself through the smoke. My line takes down Marky, leaving just Junior. No bomb in hand, no bomb planted, obviously no teammates, no utility. 1 versus 3, and this would have to be absolutely insane. And it's not. He gets taken down, and we have a 3-round difference. What is the play, Skinrave? Do you want to take a tactical timeout to talk about it? You do not. You do not. They're saying to themselves, boys, let's just play our game. The famous esports interview. We just need to play our game. We're just not playing our game. If we played our game, we would win it. And maybe that's the case. Junior's able to take out a push from Vulcan. I think he had an op, trying to go for an early pick here. And Junior will take some space, or at least show the presence towards A. Throws a CT smoke, draws both of these CT players over towards Temple and Donut, allowing these T players to walk out mid. Now Miles peeks out, doesn't quite see anything. Junior stays posted. And once more, we see that pause come out from the T's. We want to make sure the CTs make that first move. And to make that first move is what they do, as Freaky, paired with Flacco, walks down the ramp. Cryptic spots out the shoulder of them, understands it's a ramp push, takes down one. Not quite sure if he realizes there's another one there, but it doesn't matter as they have the 2-man advantage. But they are going to the stack site. Miles still over in Donut. Junior's going to take down my line, but they're going to walk by Miles. Walko, that's the bomb going down. It shouldn't matter in the long run, though, as he is surrounded, leaving just Freaky with a 1 versus 4 to keep us alive in Ancient. Let's see, what can you do? What can you show us? Go X-ray off. This would be the best clutch I've ever seen in my life if he's able to pull it off. And he's not. And he's not, so that's going to be the game. That's going to be at least Ancient, and we find ourselves going to Dust 2, which is going to be the pick of Skinrave. So stick around for that. Should be starting relatively soon here. check your corners? Will you check your corners? He doesn't, but it doesn't matter as Freaky misses the shots. Vulcan now with the Deagle also trying to get a piece of that pie, but goes down to Cryptic. That leaves a 3 versus 4 in favor of Skinrave here. We do have low HPs on Cryptic, but with the mid to B smoke going up, I don't know if there's going to be much more. I say that, but Miles is able to take down Cryptic. So an even 3 versus 3. Going to tempt them back into this retake. But once more, we have to think about it for a second. This is Dust 2, this is B. I've seen CT save in a man advantage before against a retake on B. They want to go for it. Marky going to throw that molly at a perfect time to cut off these plans. And with that molly coming out and no utility, no kit, no nothing, Kiri will run away. Keep these weapons into the next. Have a second go at it. But once more, we see a 2-0 start here for Skinrave.
Terrorists win.
Sorry about that. I had to alt-tab for a second. All right, 2-0 start, like I said, for Skinrave here. They do have, well, they have the same weapons they had from the last round, that is Skinrave. But like I said, a second chance here for Kiri as they kept up a good amount of rifles, 2 Galils and a FAMAS. Not quite exactly what you would want as a buy, but better than nothing. Better than nothing. Long control being taken by the CTs. And everyone basically knows how Dust 2 plays out at this point. If you don't got those long spawns, you're going to go for a lower / mid to cat default, which is what Skinrave opts to do. Not too many crazy plays you can make on Dust 2. So Util comes out, a flash to blind Myline, who's going to do a good chunk of damage to Cryptic, bringing him down to 30 HP. Long players as well, spamming through the smoke. But if Skinrave opts to do this mid to B play, which it looks like they are wanting to do, they're going to have a 2 versus 5. No rotates anywhere nearby for these CTs, and they're going to have to push into the loving arms of Marky with that MAC-10. They do not check their corners, though. Marky's going to take down both players, and that's the B bomb site given over nice and easy like that. And already, we got the save call coming out for Kiri. Save after save after save. Has Kiri had to save every round, even including pistol? I guess it's not that crazy, as this is the 3rd round of the game, but funny nonetheless. And we have a hunt here. Coming out from Skinrave. They do not want these rifles, these guns, to stay alive. They're going to start pushing up. Myline is hidden behind the boxes. Cryptic will jump spot him out, and that pretty much is the death sentence here from Myline. Has no backup anywhere nearby except for Pit, but Vulcan not going to be able to save his friend, his teammate. He's going to go down as well. I don't think a single rifle going to stay alive, as Junior also getting a kill, going down to 14 HP, but through the wall, takes down Freaky. So, no nothing here for Kiri. No saved guns, no round. Probably some other stuff, but nothing. Tough spot to be in. They do have max loss bonus, though, so that's something to look forward to. And with it, they opt to buy at least some MP9s, UMP, and a couple A1Ss. Myline spots out that head, jump spotting from Cryptic, who's going to smoke off that door position. Good old set of util that has become ever so popular ever since these boxes were introduced to Dust 2. The T's have gained long control, though. Walko has walked out to the blue bin. And a double cat setup is read well from Skinrave as they nade off these positions, forcing Vulcan out into the fight, who burns to that molly from Laxi. Nice and easy like that. So 4 versus 5 without either team seeing a player so far, except for the little head that was spotted out early into the round. But with long control and players towards Cat, this is the bread and butter of Dust 2 of a split, and it's going to work out perfect. Walco and Junior partnering up for a couple of kills, putting them into the 2 versus 5, and once more, a save. And I dare say we should see another hunt on the cards here. You can see Walco already making his way towards T. These Skin Rave players, like, they don't want nothing. They don't want them to have nothing. They've already taken A. They're going to re-execute B, in a sense, as they come through. Yep, a nade for the back of sight. Going to hit its mark. Almost kill him, but brings him down to 15. Here comes the flashes with the A1S. Cryptic jumps through the window, but it is the kills going away of Miles over towards Car. That gives away both positions, though, and Walco, I should say, over towards Tunnels is good to take down Miles and Myline. Actually, I got some of those names mixed up, but you all saw what happened. You were all here. So, no rifles once more, no save available, and that's tough. That's a tough pill to swallow if you're Kiri there. Not only do you lose the round, but you get executed on twice, and you lose both executes. And as that freeze time ticks to an end, Cryptic once more jumps down into Suicide and spots out Vulcan over towards Doors. Calls that position out. Walco has made it out long with some flashes from his teammate, re-peeks, and goes for another. He does take down Freaky, but left on an island here unless a teammate, can support him. Miles has pushed his way up, gonna fade the smoke. Nade to blow open Doors. Not gonna spot anything out, but Miles is ready and waiting. There's no way Walco expects him to be this close. Hold on, this is dangerous. Junior has the bomb. He cannot go for this fight. If he goes for this fight and dies, and he's kind of baited into it because he has this CT trapped, and Miles, okay. Miles pushes into him. But Flacco does end up getting the trade. That's a bomb going down. I'm missing all the kills because there's a lot of craziness happening right now. Flacco left with a 1 versus 2. He does have the bomb down. Knows the position, but walks away from it to try to catch off these Ts. Cryptic has made his way towards long. Laxi towards T. Flacco is going to walk his way up Cat. This is actually a pretty good play here from Flacco. No lie. He's going to catch out Cryptic. There's no way Cryptic's going to be ready unless the timing is just not in his favor, which Cryptic moves at just the wrong moment. Oh my god. Like literally half a second more and he would have had Cryptic dead to rights. He might still, but he's got his knife out. Okay. He gets one. That gives away the information. 20 seconds left. Not really an option to go B. Yep. Alexi realizes that himself. Has the information on where his enemy's position was about 30 seconds, or not 30, probably about 10 seconds ago. 10 seconds left, though. Flacco doesn't even go for the peek. Now running at him. Laxi just sticks the bomb. He lets it go down for free. We'll go X-ray off. Flacco, can you make the 1v2 happen? You can. As Laxi wide swings while throwing a smoke, trying to use it as maybe a fake flash. But it'll be Flacco with the 3K on the round to give Kiri their first. Finally getting rid of the big old goose egg. And finally a round that we don't see a save try to come through. So Kiri, they're back. They're in this game. I don't care what you say. They did a good attempt at a comeback over on Ancient. And Vulcan gonna start us off with a nice shot onto Junior, who's boosted up by his teammate Walco. Picks up that op nice and quick. Wants to get out of there. Long control also in the hands of these, well, I was gonna say T's, but Cryptic just gets a flash from his teammate. Spams down 2 through the smoke on one of them. And now Miles walks through the smoke, tries to find a timing, doesn't realize that the rest of these T players are over here towards B, and there's not a single CT anywhere nearby. No rotates even coming through whatsoever. So even though the opening kill goes the way of Vulcan, onto Junior there with a couple of quick kills from Cryptic and one from Marky. It's going to be another Skin Rave round, and another round that we have to watch a save with a minute left. Alright, Cryptic spots out that op, relays that information to his team. Hey, if there's an opper in pit, there's this most likely a save, but that economy also a bit fragile on Skin Rave's side as well, so there's no hunt this time around, so we just have to wait for that bomb to tick all the way down and explode before we can get back into the action for the next. All right, 5-1 now, that score line. And, you know, a surprising lack between both matches that we've watched so far, whether it be the NRG SKDC or this Kiri Skin Rave, a lack of timeouts. I don't know if we've had a single one so far, in fact, to talk things through. I may be wrong on that, but to my knowledge, I don't think there's been one. Cryptic jump spotting over towards lower. Don't know if he spotted that hat out from Flacco, but because of that, he's going to get a kill. Junior missing the op shot as well. Flacco pushes forward, takes down one. Vulcan, though, pushing mid like a madman is good for one, and through the tunnels, Freaky pushes and takes down Marky, leaving opping Junior. I don't know what I was trying to go for there. Full blinded and taken down. The aggressive plays working out here very well for Kiri. I think switching up the game plan is nice. If you try to play correctly against a team like Skin Rave, it's probably not going to work out. But maybe it doesn't work out in general, as Walco takes down Freaky in this 1 versus 3. And it is very winnable for him here. Now the player with the pistol does pick up a rifle. Or actually, I guess he just has had an op this entire time. Feels more comfortable, more confident with the deal in hand. Walco now does not have an idea as if the CTs know where the bomb is. Half expecting someone to be here. Making a bit of noise. Don't think anyone heard it though. Picks up that bomb, puts it on his back, makes his way towards upper tunnels. And the CTs have opted to split, which is an interesting decision, going for the 1v1s rather than sticking together. But could work out for him. Walco, are you smart enough to check behind the door? He is, but that's just an impossible fight to win if Miles is looking his way, which he was. So that's going to be Kiri now taking their second. And making it a 3-round difference. And of course, with that, this forces, well, it doesn't really force. Skin Rave, they fully buy up, but this is the final opportunity that they have to get something going once more on their T side. Walco, he's been very powerful out towards long so far. He gets some flashes from his teammates, but a retake is on the cards from the CTs. Not working out quite well. Not exactly as they wanted. Miles sticking around behind the smoke. We can see the T's have some sort of idea. Flashes there from his teammate, but he cannot do much with it. Now Vulcan, a crazy play. Wide swing in and blowing open the smoke. Gets to take down one, but traded quite quickly. Now Cryptic has this information on where both CTs remain. And oh. All right, with low HP, Cryptic goes down. Freaky jumping kills him in the head and ends up dying in the long run. Quite a funny play there. But Skin Rave are able to make it happen. They win the round. Economy saved. No pistol round for them. Not yet. Cryptic once more with that long spawn is going to take it with the help of his teammate. A couple of flashes coming his way. And you can kind of see the play that they're going for here. They want to show that long presence. If Cryptic gets out by himself and sees a bunch of people, then they'll speed up towards tunnels where they have 3 other players. And if not, then he has full long control as he does, and he can call his teammates back. They still want to go for some sort of lower control here. Might as well take that map control. Marky going to spot out one over towards Cat. The CTs are grouping up somewhat here. Vulcan does have this op in hand. Spots out that shoulder, but misses the shot. Now Freaky trying to get something going. This is a very hard spot to shoot. But Marky, he's walking up. Laxi from Suicide is going to be good to take down that push. So all good there. And Cryptic spotting out a couple of heads over towards A. Molly to cut off a Cat. Rotate. Cryptic still wanting to go for some. Spots out that op. Realizes that there's at least 2 CTs here. Relays that information to his team. Maybe a flash coming out. Oh, it is. It's perfect, too. Laxi goes down to my line doubling up. Can we make it 3? No, we cannot. But we can make it a 3 versus 3. So at least a chance at this round once more from Skinrave here. Now Junior flicks down to Vulcan, who pushes mid. Has to make some sort of play happen as long control and Cat is given up. And Freaky feeling uncomfortable has to move as well. And walks into that sight line of Cryptic. Now Junior, I thought he was going to hit that shot. Not a normal miss that we see from him, but doesn't look like it matters much, as Miles has an MP9 trying to fight these long angles against an op and an AK. It's just not going to work out. It's just not going to happen. And it's actually Cryptic taking that kill, not Walko. So 7-2 now, the scoreline. A 5-round advantage here for Skinrave. A bit of a repeat again from map number 1. If we go to another 10-2 scoreline, bro, I don't know what I'll do. It is what it is. I mean, the aggressive plays for Kiri has been what's worked for them. Plain unpredictable. Out towards long, Walko tries to jump out with some flashes and gets taken out because of it. Maybe some footsteps heard over here from Marky. Now Flacco with a scout in hand blows open that smoke. I think he spotted a couple players. He's just trying to go for some random plays. Imagine, right? He gets a random no-scope headshot through the door, through the smoke. I'd love to imagine it. I'd love to see it, but I don't think we will. Vulcan, he is in an off angle here. That is a kill onto a Cat player. Vulcan now trying to catch off Marky, which he does, but Cryptic is there to get that trade. Marky probably slightly confused on how that happened. 3 versus 3 once more. And every player separated from his team. One towards long, one towards Cat, one towards B for the CTs. And the T's somewhat grouping up now. Junior going to be caught out by my line there. Who gives that position away? So it's just going to be Flacco over towards B with that scout in hand. Definitely, this should go Skinrave's way every time. Yeah, 100%. Cryptic going to make it look easy. Take him down, plant that bomb, puts us into the 2 versus 2 retake onto the B bomb site. And my line doesn't even really want to wait for his teammate. Gets taken down, leaving just Freaky last alive in a 1 versus 2 against Cryptic and Laxi, who have been some heavy hitters. Both top fragging here for Skinrave. And through the door, spams down Cryptic to 38, but that activates Laxi to peek up and get the kill. And we have an 8-2 scoreline. Show me some crazy stuff, Kiri. We saw the round. The round that you won was insane. You had mid pushes, you had tunnel pushes, you had like long pushes. You're pushing everywhere. Show it to me again. A faster mid play here. Laxi taking this forward positioning, just sprinting straight through mid doors. They're changing. Skinrave wants to change the pace, and he's gonna catch off Vulcan with that op because of it. Now, Miles left last alive, and he's good for 1 as Freaky pushes through that CT smoke, but Junior and Walko pair up for a couple of kills themselves. One was over towards Cat, and the bomb is going to be planted over on the B site. Apologies for switching off Junior there a little too soon, and we have ourselves a 1 versus 3. Fast round, quick round. Freaky, no kit, no utility, a couple of kills to his name, but probably not much more than that. Maybe just going for some exit frags here. A last second peek out and try to get away, but it won't even be that, as Walko takes him down, and we find ourselves edging ever so closely to that 10-2 scoreline. And with that, the economy somewhat broken. Doesn't really matter as this is the last round of the half. So the CTs buy up what they can. A couple of A1Ss and a FAMAS to top it off. There's a little spice on top. Laxi sprinting up Cat. Gonna run into that crosshair of Vulcan. Although Cryptic, good for 1. Now that lower push takes him down. Man advantage, and this is what I was talking about, Kiri. This is what you gotta do. Do some crazy stuff. It's what worked for you before. It's what's working for them now. A flash to come through, but it doesn't quite blind Flacco, who takes down Marky, but gets blinded in the long run and take it down. But I'm not sure he spotted both players out. Doesn't look like the CTs are quite convinced that both are here. Miles tucked away in that Gandalf, that ninja position. The gun barreled spotted out. Can you shoot him through the head or through the box in the head? No way. And then he spots, dude, he has the information. He knows that there's a player over towards Ninja. There's no way that Miles is going to be ready for this. That Molly comes out. Junior gets that kill as well. Can he get a third? He spots out the shoulder. He has all the information, and he hits it through the box. He's looking for it again, and he's able to get it with a 3K on the round and giving Skinrave an 8-round advantage at the half on their map pick. $10 is all they get, boys. 10 is all they get. Kiri, they're going to win this pistol round. They're going to come back. Reverse sweep. I've said this song and dance before in the previous match. But this one's going to happen. For real, for real. I talked to Flam. We wrote the script. It is a B play, though. A mid push has come through. Junior's getting that information, while Marky is getting some shots through the smoke on a couple players, or at least one. Walko good for 1. Marky, okay. Well, scratch everything I said. Nice and very, very clean round from Marky and Walko there. Not a single player on Skinrave going down. A 2 versus 5, and they get all the kills. And with it, the force buy comes out once more from Kiri here, and gets a tag onto Marky. But A1S is in the hands of a couple of these players. They're making it fast, and through the smoke, Walko tries to spam a couple down. They're making their way up Cat fast. Cryptic, are you ready for this to happen? He spots out a couple players, but does not get one. Walko gets one, a single one, and Laxi tries to get one himself. Walko, can you save Skinrave from this upset? It's worse to lose the second round after winning the pistol. But I don't think that's what we're going to get here. We do have very low HPs on these CT players. Walko at 60, Junior 24, Marky 62. But a smoke to block off his position. We have a kit on Walko. Nothing really my line can do here. Get spammed through the smoke, and that is going to be map and match series point in favor of Skinrave. But at least since they got that bomb down, and with the loss bonus that they have, they're still able to get a relatively okay buy here. couple of Galils, 3 to be exact, paired with a couple of AKs. Long control being taken here by the CTs, playing anti-flash, but once more it's another fast play over towards mid. And Miles is going to find Walco through that smoke, jumps up to Xbox and gets taken down by Marky. These T players, though, oh, what is happening? I missed it. I'm sorry I switched off. Junior's going to take down Freaky. Flacco will get that trade onto Cryptic. We find ourselves into a 3 versus 3, and everyone is everywhere on all parts of the map. We have a mid player, we have a CT on Cat, one towards Long, one on B. The bomb is coming out of a smoke at tunnels. This is crazy. This is crazy. Flacco is spotted out. He's going to be taken down. Now Vulcan does win that fight onto Marky, so the bomb site is given over to him. A mid fight is happening. Laxi trying to help his teammate out. 1 HP, or 13, I should say, on my line. Junior will get that trade. Surprised he even got Laxi there. But 1 versus 1 to continue us in this game, and Junior is looking. He's ready for a peak like that to happen, and that is going to be the match of Skinrave versus Kiri, going quite handedly in favor of Skinrave. GG's to both teams. It was a game of all games. But that's going to be it from us here at the B stream. Appreciate you watching, and we will catch you in the next one.
It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the fucking cup. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh! Oh my god, he got two! Oh my god, he got two flash! That was hilarious!
Everything to be gained. The blaster swing.
Come on.
Got it. The blast is in.
Come on, holy shit! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been playing in this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me. Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool. The players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house. And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games. And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like someone would be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these. So I'd love to see you here. Come to Vegas, come support North American Counter-Strike. Love to see you here. I said it 3 times.
You said come twice.
What? Oh God, yeah, please come to the event. We desperately need you to be here. Otherwise, NACS will die.
All right. right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 10. I'm JRT, once again joined by Paladin, and we're getting ready for the final BO3 of the day here. Lag up against Marsborn, and it is going to be, I would say, an interesting series with a clear favorite here.
Yeah, Marsborn are on a tear right now. 6-match win streak for them. Yes, it's a varied competition, but I think this team is really taking steps forward to be in that upper echelon within North America. And I think this is one of those matchups that they'll be looking to add another notch to their belt of the win streak that's building right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look, I think it's a 6-series win streak going on for them. And their latest match, well, it was against a familiar opponent, Lag, and it was a 13-1, 13-1 drubbing on Inferno and Train. So for Lag's case, well, they're hoping for better results. And let's jump right into the PrizePicks analyst segment here to break down these players and talk about which ones we're looking towards. Let's start with Lag if we can here. To talk about this squad. And I mean, look, it'll come on our screen soon, guys. There we go. There's Lag on your screens. And overall, like, there's some players here that have been impressive, right? Like Consti's looked good. I would even argue that Sandman also having some good performances recently. The problem is when you put these guys up against, the higher tier of ECL, it's not been great.
Yeah, I don't think you can really paint a very good picture here. It's also hard to say that they're going to have less in terms of their frag estimation in a lot of these
Yeah.
situations. I always think that's a big risk. For me, I think if I had to look towards a specific player, I'd probably look towards Sandman. I think that when this guy is on, I think that you've got a little bit more game to play if you're LAG. I still think it's a big risk inherently, but I do think if there was some guy that I would have to look towards and I'd have to hang my hat on, I'd probably say it's him.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think Consti as well. I've always been impressed with his abilities, especially on the AWP. So I think that he's a player that you absolutely have to keep an eye on. Whether or not he'll be successful is another question, right? Because he's going to be facing off against some very tough competition. But yeah, I would say Consti and Sandman for sure. Those are your two to keep an eye on. Maybe an honorable mention to DJ because sometimes he can come out and look impressive. But the thing is, he's handling the IGL duties, I believe, on this squad. So that's going to be probably what he's more focused on rather than necessarily the frags, but you always need some contributions, and oftentimes he can deliver. Let's switch gears now and talk about Marsborn. This is a squad that, like, we can't forget, Lag did play up against them a month or so ago, and it was a much better result. It went 3 maps, and it was, I think they took Ancient off of Marsborn. Yeah. It was 13-7 on Ancient, and Inferno and Dust 2 ended up being the losses, 9-13 and 5-13. So that's a closer series, more of maybe what you would expect from a Lag squad that felt like it was making that ascension upwards. But now, I mean, a little bit of a concern with what happened in that previous series. Maybe just a one-off. Maybe they'll still be competitive this time. But let's talk about this Marsborn squad. And I think the player I'm going to highlight right away, you all know who it is. It is Sixy, who has changed the complexion of this roster for the better. We talked about the 6-series win streak. He is largely in part a huge factor in that. He's not fragging out the same way he was, right, with previous squads, but that's because he's the IGL. But he's still putting up good numbers, like 1.04 rating in 20 maps for an IGL is very effective, and he can have those pop-off moments as well. So for sure, that's my number one to keep an eye out for. And then after that, probably Wolfie. I think that as an opper, he tends to shine with this squad. Highest rated player at 1.14 over the last 3 months. And while he does have moments where, like, he goes missing in action, I think overall he's been pretty dependable.
Yeah, I think 60 is the biggest one for me. I completely echo the same sentiment there, John. I mean, this guy, even though the rating speaks one thing, I think just the impact that he has on the game in the server is just so apparent. He's so much more willing to thrive in that chaos, and I think that his teammates have really drawn to that very effectively as well. So big ups for that frag estimation to get more than 28.5 kills. I think that for me, I think that Grizz is the next guy that I would kind of look at. It's a hot topic for sure. I think that when this guy gets going, he definitely can rack up kills pretty quickly. So 29.5, very doable for a guy of his skill level. I think that that's something that I'm definitely looking out towards. But Wolfie, I think he's capable of that, but I do think that that total is very high, which is my biggest worry. Now, whether or not they can actually get more than that is yet to be seen, but I think those are kind of the three that I would look at, John.
No, I agree with you. All right, well, let's jump into the veto and see what maps we're going to get here in this series. And I wonder if we're going to get any surprises. Obviously, there's always that perma mirage coming through on the side of lag, which I don't know that it really matters that much because oftentimes Marsborn are banning it too. I think it matters. Like what is important is which team is going to ban first. And I think I'm not sure we're going to get it on screen here, folks, but we do have the veto on our side, and it will be lag banning Mirage. So that means Marsborn gets the pick of the litter. And that's going to be Marsborn dropping Ancient, then lag picking Inferno, Marsborn onto Train, and Nuke left over. What do you think, Paladin?
Yeah, it's just everything that Marsborn could really ask for. I will say that them banning Ancient is a little interesting. Whenever I'm an underdog in this kind of situation, I always would float the perma, right? I want to put enough pressure and take off a map that is really good for that favorite. And in this situation, I'd probably try to take out Train. If I'm lag, I would try to ban out Train in that first rotation, leave Mirage out in that second rotation. If you want to ban the second rotation, by all means. But instead, they go into that Inferno, and that is a little worrying to me as a whole. I mean, this is Marsborn's bread and butter. They basically have their 1-2 immediately out of the gates.
Yeah.
That I need some Herculean performances from both Consti and Sandman to start off this game, who I think are capable to do it, especially on Inferno specifically. But I just think that the fundamentals of how Marsborn approach Inferno and Overpass, or sorry, Inferno and Train rather, are just so well done that I think that this is going to be another one of those whitewash games where we just completely ignore any of these results moving on in the competition.
I mean, technically it's the same maps, right? As they were previously, the first two maps, the same exact ones coming through. And I agree with you. It's not painting a pretty picture for lag, but maybe they looked at Mirage and said, oh, they played wildcard and won. But wildcard are pretty bad right now, so I don't know if that really matters. So they're not playing well at this stage. So I don't know. Like, I kind of agree with you with that sentiment. If you know that your perma is also your opponent's, in some cases, especially when you're the underdog, like you were saying, just go with what you feel they're going to want to pick and ban it out. And I think Train is the right one. I agree with you wholeheartedly. And now we're looking at, a series that could end up being very one-sided again. But we have in the past seen, I said this before in the previous one, even though it didn't end up changing at all. But sometimes when you have the same maps coming through back to back, and it's the same team that you're facing, you can have better results because you know what went wrong. You had a chance to analyze that. I think that was 3 days ago. So maybe they've had a chance to review the tape and gone over and said, guys, this is not the level we need to play at. One round on both maps is completely untenable on any server and against any competition. So they have to make it work. They have to get things together in a more meaningful way. And we'll see if that's going to happen, honestly, because like we said, it's Marsborn that are looking like the favorite in any way, shape, and form. And it's not just because of that previous result. It's because under 60, they have thrived. I mean, yes, they had losses, to Saw, and I believe a loss to Wildcard as well before that, but it's surrounded by green. It's surrounded by W's on both sides. So for me, I think Marsborn might be one of the most exciting teams we have in North America that's moving up the rungs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on the point that you kind of mentioned about having time to look through tape, the worst part is you're going up against a coach that has put in so much pride in developing his tape analysis. I mean, this guy is a guy that's become an analyst, become a head coach after in the form of Lucid. And I think that is a real worrying sign if you're lag that these guys can turn on a dime. And I do, again, think that if the game plan is thrown out the window, these guys on Marsborn have developed such a strength in terms of the chemistry between these guys that I have a huge affinity to thinking that these guys will just take the cake no matter what the circumstance is. The way to break down these kinds of confident players is that you need to have a couple of big performances on your own behalf. And I think that's again where I look towards a player like Consti on the AWP who can go up against Wolfie, who's yes had an uptick in performance, but I'm still waiting for that huge like breakthrough moment for him. And I think the same goes for Sandman, who I think is a very capable rifler. When I think about how he's able to lock down some of these bomb sites, I always think about the great work that he's able to do on that B site. And I need to see that on a very regular basis. And if they are not able to do that, it's got to be the veterans. You know, you look towards DJ, who's had a very illustrious career within North America. And a big part of that is some of the work that he's able to do on Inferno. I think about way back in the ATK days, and he's the guy that I kind of look towards on that B bomb site. So we know these players have it in them, but again, they've got to get it on the day, and they've got to go up against arguably some of the most aggressive and most in-your-face riflers that we have in the region altogether.
Yeah, absolutely. And 60 loves to take opening duels as well. I mean, looking at the numbers, I'm pretty sure it hasn't changed in the squad. No, it has not at all. 29.4% of the attempts are his. Success rate a little bit low, 45.9%, but when you're going for that many, obviously you're going to fail oftentimes to get that frag, but that's what success is measured on in the stat. But in my mind, success is measured on how much damage you can do and how much information you get and how you're setting yourself up for trades, right? If you have a player by your side, you're going for an opener and you do a lot of damage, but the spacing is good for the trade, that's mission accomplished for an entry. And I think that's oftentimes overlooked in some of the stats because you expect, oh, success, it is a frag. It's not always the case. It's how you set yourselves up in that moment going for executes. Anyway, let's jump into the action here. We are on to the pistol round, and I'm glad you highlighted DJ, honestly, because I want to say that it's the riflers, on Inferno in particular, that are going to be leaned on, because opping, not as much, not as critical, at least not on T side. On CD side, definitely a little bit more important, but T side, you need your riflers to shine, and that is where lag are going to start. And I'm also looking at Sandman as well.
This is a good situation for Lag, getting a start on this offensive end. I mean, if you want to set the tone of this best of three, this is the side to do it on. And here comes the brackets flashes, and then into the A site they go. An opportunity for Grizz to start laying down the law. Big first kill to start things off, but they slow it down. They can't actually go off the back of that utility, but an entry certainly helps. Consti with the quick double.
Okay.
Sandman with the response on the Glock, and all of a sudden it's just up to Chop. The guy that you're expecting to clean up here is now thrust into a clutch.
Well, at least Lag can get that first round quickly. Sandman, headshot onto Chop. They matched their output from the previous time on Inferno. Yeah, sorry, that's kind of me. But still, they got the one round very quickly. It is. And I mean, obviously you can build off of that. Marsborn, they're going to force up. At least Grizz is indicating that. There you go. So you're going to have to do it up against the fourth buy, but I still believe that Lag can actually string together a few rounds. Whether it'll make a big difference is another story. Oftentimes we see these early starts and these back and forths that can happen, and then everything fades away once the guns come out. But it's something, as you mentioned.
They actually opt in for the force buy. I think Marsborn are very effective in these low econ situations. I always feel like they're able to produce with these 5-7s a lot of the times, getting massive multi-kills across the board. But it's still going to be a tall task. I'm not counting out Lag by any means. Deep banana utility to come through as 60 and Chop get at least a bit of information and a little pressure put on Lag to start making some moves. You've also got this apartment set up here between Wolfie and Grizz that can be very potent, especially in these closer ranges. That 5-7 and the MP9 can really deal some hurt. So a lot of hurdles that Lag have to overcome here initially. And now with a minute left on the clock, they'll slowly start to encroach their way up banana.
They tossed towards sandbags. A little shallow of sandbags. I'm not sure if they're expecting someone to be close, but either way, now they're going to have to hard clear it. Make sure no one's there. In the meantime, here comes the execute towards the site. Util being tossed forward. 33 seconds left. 3 players are here. And 60 can be very potent with that 5-7. Needs to be careful. Flashbang is tossed. I think that was a friendly flash that doesn't end up going very well. 60 finds one. Still alive here, but can't get more than that. And the rest of his teammates fall like dominoes. Wolfie, the last one available, who will get Cameron. but you have to imagine that not much more is going to be possible here. Upgrades to the Galil, spam through the smoke, on the money for a little bit of damage on Mason. As it stands, I think he's just going to fall back and save the Galil. Marsborn will not be successful in their force buy attempt, and Lag do indeed secure a second. One thing that we actually didn't mention in the pregame is that Cameron is in fact a new addition to the squad. Wolf, who can't seem to buy a break on any roster he's on, even with top, no, actually, I shouldn't say that, but he had the top numbers at 1.17. He wasn't cut from the team though, but he chose to retire, quote unquote. He's 23, so I don't know how much. He retired from
Classic
Counter-Strike, I guess.
esports retire.
Yeah, exactly.
at
Like
23.
that's why
Classic.
I'm like, I don't want to mention it too much because he's probably gonna be back. But let's be honest.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he chose to step away from this squad, and I don't know. Maybe some of the losses they were suffering were getting to him. I don't know what the case may be, but it is a significant difference maker when it comes to firepower on this squad.
Yeah, I mean, I think about Wolf and the great work that he was able to do on that Blue Jays roster as well, and how much firepower that they had with him in their ranks. And I think that he could have provided that for Lag. So definitely going to be hurting with that in terms of the firepower, as you mentioned. But there are players to pick up the pieces, don't get me wrong. I mean, Consti can be that guy, Sandman can be that guy as well. But you need that third player to really bolster that rifle core. Is it going to be Cameron? Is it going to be Mason? Is that veteran leadership of DJ? Can he produce some multi-kills here and there to uplift them? Either way, the fragging by committee is so far working in Lag's favor. That Crossfire was everything that they could ask for if you're the CTs on that B bomb site. 3 players in. The flash was good to get the player in pool, but none of the kills actually get converted in that kind of situation. And so you're starting to see a little bit of something building here for the T side. They smoke up into the brackets and don't necessarily find anything, but Grizz will go hunting, I believe, on the edge of that smoke and gets a headshot as well. Is able to dip, dive, and dodge away. So opening 5v4 here for Marsborn. And maybe something building here as well.
No, I agree. Wolfie with the Galil pops around the corner, gets one for Boiler in the second as well. Marsborn doing it here off a saved Galil and an eco round. Sandman and Consti scrambling a little bit. Oh no! Sandman's walked right past Chop. There should be a couple of free shots. What is he heard something there? There's no way. Chop gets turned on, but he does a significant amount of damage to Sandman, and that makes it more problematic for Lag as they've already lost the bomb over in brackets. Time is up anyway. This round is cooked. Marsborn have taken it, and that bolsters their economy immensely. You see Viz tossing an AK towards his teammate, and now Marsborn are going to be boosted up off of that.
Yeah, and that's the danger that comes with the 5.7s, right? I mean, it's such a nuisance to deal with them in the apartments effectively, but you've also got a little bit of that bait and switch setup going on, where as soon as that first kill is taken from Grizz, they're thinking, okay, we can clear Porch systematically, we can clear Arch. It's just a quick thing that they can dodge through, but unfortunately for them, they completely misread the situation. They discount Boiler heavily and get punished instantaneously. So great work there from Marsborn, and now they have a chance to completely erase all the momentum being built up so far.
All right, well, getting ready to start with round number 4. Lag will be able to get a respectable buy up through, but utility is a little limited. And I think it's really tough for Lag to lose a round like that, right? Because fresh on your mind is that 13-1 loss you suffered up against Marsborn. And you just get off to a good start. It's an anti-eco. They've only got a Galil on their side. That's the type of round you need to clean up to at least build yourself up in terms of confidence and mentality here on Inferno. And now you're back in that moment of doubt. Like, how did we lose that round? Why does that come to fruition? How come we can't trade Wolfie? And the doubt is just creeping on forward. We'll see if they can overcome it to try and get another round here.
Brackets take being initialized there from Lag, but an Incendiary at their feet delays it just slightly, and it gives time for Viz's nade to get dropped on through, and you got a couple of players now in sub 50 HP. Does cause a little bit of concern there for these players, and they take even additional damage there. But this time, it's actually all a ruse. They're going to pull back from that brackets play back in a car, and this is where 60 has an opportunity to really wreak some havoc, but the flash is a little late, and he splits the wickets there. Sandman with a big entry, and now they can go barreling on into this B bomb, so it's just Chop who's going to go massive.
Chop, yep, absolutely goes massive. And 3K thanks to Viz's flashbang thrown a little bit late. And now he'll fill up the USP and rack up the last. A beautiful quad kill for Chop, and Marsborn get a second round with an exclamation point. Lag will not be able to afford a buy-up this time around. They don't even get the bomb plant to bolster their economy. That is an absolute shutdown after what was a bit of a failure to activate from 60 at Banana. But again, you know, he does damage. Yes, he splits the wickets a little bit, like you said, and can't get a frag, but damage done makes them softer targets for Chop to deal with.
I mean, I've been wanting big performance out of Chop for quite some time. Not anything like world-shattering in terms of his numbers, but just those big, impactful multi-kills on like in terms of anchoring the bomb site. That's what he's known for. He's this very supportive element to a roster. So I'm not expecting like a 1.15, a 1.20, anything like that. I'm asking for like a solid 1.05 to 1.10 rating here and there, where you get those big plays to kind of pull your team back into contention, and he's definitely providing that so far. But in this round, a little weird. A couple of big dinks from the Glock, and these A defenders are softened up to say the least. But 60's here on mop-up, and that should definitely make them feel a little bit more comfortable now. And Viz adding on the hurt just a little bit more.
I mean, but it's getting scary. A lot of Glock dinks coming through, and you see the health bars are so low. But the good news for Marsborn is that they're not losing any bodies. That's why you've got 100 HP to use it. DJ, last one standing. And he will likely not be able to get much. I say that, but I mean, the health bars are so low. The problem is he doesn't have the bomb. And there's only 33 seconds left, so maybe a frag could come through before he's traded out, because the positioning is pretty good for Marsborn on this A site. But as it stands, well, there's that frag, and there's the trade. Exactly as predicted. Third round for Marsborn, as they have, they're looking to build on that win streak, and, you know, no bomb plant again means Lag have to settle for what they've got. A little bit of a hamstrung in terms of the utility, but should still be manageable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this buy should be their ticket back in. No AWP is something to take note of, but not the end-all be-all. You know, you still have that huge viability of 5 rifles on this. It's honestly preferred still to this day on Inferno. This time, aggression here straight away from Lag to get into that banana control as soon as possible. But they take some heavy damage to start things off. 42 HP for Mason. But they do get that car control at the very least, so that damage is rewarded. But they're trying really hard to get something off of that, but instead they take a man disadvantage as Wolfie gets off the mark with that AWP as well.
Yeah, it's already Wolfie activating here with that op is a scary prospect for Lag. They have 2 players moving into bracket, but they can't overlook Viz, and that's difficult because it's a bit of a bait and switch setup, right? As long as 60's peeking around here. Oh no, he just throws the flash and sets Viz up for 2. He'll get one, almost a second. I want to say 1 and 3/4 there for Viz. DJ surviving with 18 HP is just going to hightail it over to the B site, but this is not going to be that much better. Sure, a good nade thrown at the feet of Chop. But are they even going to this site? Yeah, bomb thrown in the direction of Consti. And then DJ will just end up with it again. Maybe that was util being thrown, excuse me. Anyway, Sandman throws the smoke, the flash as well. They're going in. Can they get the frags? Wolfie with 1, Chop another. And there goes Wolfie with the last. 3K on the board. Marsborn have 4 in a row.
Yeah, that's a beautiful little setup there on the arch side to make sure that they get that lurking player. And it basically makes them sure that we can keep 2 players on that B bomb site, that Wolfie can stay stoic in coffins, and it should be a lockdown round, and it absolutely is. Chop can play off of his sniper, and vice versa. Just splendid work here in terms of the defensive protocols from Marsborn. They're very well attuned to what is missing and what holes there can be in defenses, and making sure that they can equip that void with the proper personnel. Now, Lag are restricted to pistols. They've got apartments control, sure, so you've got a little bit of power in terms of the distance cut off, but you don't have much util to really get the ball rolling. That shot, though, on a 60 could definitely be a turning of the tides, and there goes one more. Grizz down for the count. So they'll continue to bear down on this A bomb site, but Wolfie and Viz are still here to potentially cause some chaos.
Wolfie gets one, but there's a trade onto Chop from DJ, so the man advantage retained for Lag for the time being. Marsborn sending the reinforcements to A, and the peek around the corner works out. Viz taking the initiative down towards lane. But they know that the players have rotated to A now, so they're just hightailing it to the B site. I believe Marsborn should be able to maybe hear this from Wolfie's position. No, he's not far enough. Now he realizes, though, that something is amiss. And we'll head over to maybe check out what's happening at the B site. For now, looking at Arch, and there's the confirmation. They are at the B site planting the bomb. Wolfie, along with Viz, only have flashbangs left, and in fact, that's all that's left in terms of utility on both sides. DJ's setting himself up well here in church. Wolfie's got the right idea. Can he hit the shots? Is another question. Pulls out the op instead, misses. Rifle comes through and will get the trade. They know DJ's here. Viz, looks too far to the left, and DJ swings around at the perfect moment to strike, and Lag do get themselves back on the scoreboard.
Yeah, great proactive play there from the vet. I mean, it's the punishment and the banana aggression, and then realizing how much space has been given as soon as his lurking brackets player is down for the count. He surges forward, drops that smoke over, immediately creates a nice little crossfire bait and switch setup there in church. And even after that sort of falls apart and Wolfie finds both players in that 2-on-2, it's the attention to detail that he swings back to the left, and he realizes he has to find a way to dictate the pace in his own regard. And he goes swinging into the angle just, early enough there to get Wolfie off the angle and for that fight to be won in the one-on-one. So credit to Lag to actually get that one over the line. And those are the big kind of multi-kill potential that you need out of your 3rd best rifler or your 4th best rifler. So now you can start to really piece together a potential road to recovery here for Lag.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it's just one round, though, and I do agree with you. They did a good job of pulling things together, good timing, spacing on everything as they were executing towards that A site, but I mean, they have to replicate it against the Marsborn squad that still has enough money to invest based upon how they got that first round, or that second round, I should say, when they were on the eco. Maybe it was the first. Either way, that money is flowing on their side. So it's just going to be resetting and doing it again against a squad that has given you fits and starts in the past. I think we have a technical issue right now on one of the player sides. That's why you're seeing our beautiful faces again. But yeah, it's going to be a tough series for Lag. I mean, it's good to see them hang in it and be competitive here in the early rounds. But I've said it before, and I've seen it before in the past, where the underdog comes through and they have some rounds that they're able to string together. But once the economy is really stabilized, which it is for Marsborn, they often end up being one and done rounds. So there has to be something behind this for Lag, which, again, my concerns are firepower-wise. I don't know if it's necessarily there. Wolf is a very big, or was a very big piece for Lag, and I think that's going to be felt moving forward, at least in the short term for them, if they're able to find this success. And I think we may have everything resolved in the server, so hopefully we'll be back in just a little bit. But yeah, still going to be very difficult for Lag in my mind.
Yeah, I think chaining together rounds in this kind of circumstance is a pretty difficult one. You're absolutely right. I think that we shouldn't paint the prettiest of pictures just yet.
Yeah.
But when we speak about firepower issues, they're definitely there. I think that this is at least giving you a sign that there is someone to step up to the plate when that situation arises. And I think these are kinds of situations where you've got to just have a puncher's chance at any point if you're lag. Keep it within a feasible situation. And then, maybe you get 4 or 5 rounds here on the T side. But a pistol conversion, you're right back into it. That's where you could potentially take control of the economy. There are routes to making this work. And it's just a couple of those big plays to get you into at least the frame of mind that a comeback or an upset win against a pretty deep favorite is a feasible one, especially when you consider the fact that they're already performing far above expectations when you compare this to their performance that they had at the Eagle Masters not too long ago.
Yeah. I mean, that's not too hard.
Not too hard. Yeah, definitely not too hard.
But yeah, no, it's definitely better. I agree. It's hard not to be improving upon the result that we saw last time, where they were just completely flat out of the gate and the entire series. But agreed. 60. Look at the headshot on the Sandman. Like I said, you can't slow 6E down for very long. Eventually, he's going to strike with those aggressive plays, and he's calling them too, right? He's the IGL, so he's saying, guys, throw a flashbang for me. I'm going to peek round after round, gain information, maybe get frags. And now, afterwards, Cameron goes for a peek towards Arch, and Biz has the immediate denial, even goes for the re-swing. Natos forces we can retreat, and it lands right at DJ's feet. That's a great sequence over for Biz. And now they've got this setup here, 3 players waiting at A to greet the 3 that remain on lag. DJ does get one. Mason's clearing the right angle. 6E's gone as well. There's A cleared out, but they haven't cleared Pit. Grizz strikes for 1, but only 1 before he is denied. Now they're going to try and plant again, but Wolfie's right on the scene. So is Chop. They're going to make this difficult.
Molly, and that's exactly where Consti wanted to hunker down, but instead he's got to change up his plant spot. It gives a couple more seconds for that smoke to fade. Flash is good to set up Consti, but the shot is so difficult to land, and they've spotted out the pit player, just a sliver of DJ, and Wolfie has himself a great round there. I mean, it's a team ace all in all, but great performances there to just slow down this attack bit by bit, piece by piece. And I do think that faking the plant there on the A site, I didn't necessarily like. If they're going to do that, I think a double swing has to be immediate, and the spacing was just off, and it allows Grizz to get activated there. So I do like some of the changes that Lag are making in that kind of flowchart, but it's just not enough to shake Marsborn and their stellar protocols.
Ninth round of play. Couple of AKs coming through here for Lag, but everyone else onto the pistols. Lag want to try and move in towards this A site. I feel like one of the flashes that was thrown from Pit may have caught Consti on site, and that's what created the problems, like maybe a lack of communication. Although I'm not sure if Marsborn threw one as well, and that's what we were seeing. But either way, not the greatest outcome. Wolfie, along with Grizz, setting up a lethal crossfire here at brackets, and the round is completely done. The last casualty coming at the hands of 6E, who spotted out Consti trying to slip his way out of apartments, but did not allow him to take another step. Marsborn double up on Lag's scoreline.
I don't really like that setup, to be honest. It's a bit awkward. I think one smoke and things get a little hot under the collar, where I do think that initial out-facing porch player has to take the first contact, but instead they swing together. Luckily, with there not being a smoke up, you also have that third point in attack from Wolfie's AWP. Speaking of AWPs, Consti takes a boatload of damage and is not able to convert the kill either. So huge problems here for Lag out the gates. And we spoke about the necessity of chaining rounds together. This is not the chaining of rounds that you're hoping for.
Yeah. It's going the other way for Marsborn. And right there, that's a shot Consti has to hit. Let's say it's clear cut, honestly. Got to make those shots count when opportunities present themselves, and Marsborn get the information. All 5 players still alive with full health, and the ones taking the damage are Lag. 58 seconds remain for them to make their play. still have a lurk towards the A site in Cameron, but eventually they're going to have to make a choice, and it feels like that is the B site.
That's gotta be it. But unfortunately, Marsborn have chained together smokes. They've got 3 players lying in wait. None of them will be hit by this Molotov, I don't believe. Intended for Nubox instead, and you've even got a flash primed and ready here for Viz to utilize. 60 and Chopper here to produce a world of hurt, and they're not even going to clear 60 on top of first. Flash is good, and DJ actually finds a quick double. Huge work there from the vet, and all of a sudden, we've got a winnable 2-on-2 here for the T side. Sure, Consti's low, but he's got that AWP trained and ready on Banana. It's all up to Wolfie and Grizz.
Yeah, we highlighted DJ as potentially an important piece here, where he's had those past performances on Nuke where he's looked effective, and wow, nice 2K strung together off of a lot of casualties on his squad. Thing is, Wolfie is watching with the op, and he's picked the perfect spot. DJ right around that new box, bomb taken away. Eventually they're going to have to make a move. DJ holding his nerve. Consti hits Grizz, and DJ gets Wolfie. It is a nice reversal for Lag as they do find a 4th.
Yeah, very scrappy rounds being put together here by Lag, but again, it's DJ powering them through to get some of these rounds on the board. Huge work there from him. And, you know, I do feel as though that's a round that the CT has got to convert. 3 players on the site proper. You've got a flash primed and ready. Your first orange player, the first line of defense, gets you 2 kills. That should be an open and shut case, no matter what the situation is. And Chop comes up empty-handed, and so does Viz. Maybe that flash was a bit too late. I'm not exactly sure. But in any case, that's one that the CTs will definitely want one back. Luckily for them, they can right their wrongs straight away. You know, they've got plenty of cash to splash. Wolfie still got that AWP out. And more importantly, they can still find 8 rounds, considering the financial woes that Lag are still under.
Yeah, it's having to settle for a MAC-10 still on the side of Lag, and that is not going to help. The opening frags continue to flow through here for Marsborn. Wolfie finding his 11th on the map. Leads the scoreboard on both sides. In fact, tied with DJ, who he just took down. Chop waiting on the B site. Flashbang toss. Chop gets 1. The second as well. Looking for the follow-up. He's got support from 60. Sandman, I think he might want to hang back for a moment to see if there's any type of response. Good flashbang thrown. Sandman's in a very difficult situation now. The last one standing with only 14 HP. The smoke fade does not favor him. 60 adds salt to the wound with the BM, and Marsborn pick up a 7th.
Filthy there from Chop. First of all, finding a way to reorient his crosshair after that wild spray to start is one thing, but the little burst on the end to find the second as well as the cherry on top. Beautiful little sequence there. It doesn't feel like Wolfie's missing a beat, man. I had my qualms with him, but he has been on a tear on this map of Inferno, really laying down the law with his CT opping. And again, he's going for that aggression, and Mason gets completely caught off guard, and he wants seconds. Maybe a little bit of dessert on top. No, smoked off.
Wow.
But the damage is already done, John. Still a 5-on-3 turn, 4-on-3, and there's another trade. If it's in the smoke, that is absolutely massive. It's just Cameron now, and he's peppered up by this 5-7. Cavalry should arrive just shortly, and Marsborn do get that 8th round when all is said and done.
Absolutely unbelievable from Marsborn. Wolfie just baring his fangs right now and chomping down on all of his competition. 2 quick frags there to neutralize and neuter any attempted attack. And afterwards, Viz spamming through the smoke, just figures there's a second player there, spams a spot, and it works out beautifully. 8-4 for Marsborn. You talked about it was still a possibility, even with Lag getting that 4th, and absolutely is. The biggest problem for Lag, we already talked about it before, and we'll say it again. They didn't string together rounds after they found victories. So only getting 4 in that instance is very, very tough. And now you've got Marsborn switching over to their T side, which, I mean, I think the stats will say this as well. Probably their favored side here on Inferno. I'm just going to double check that. Okay, it's not, but it's close. 61.5% CT round win percentage here for them versus a 58.3% T round win percentage. So yeah, because they're just so potent. When you have a player like 60 on your squad, he loves to take aggressive fights, and oftentimes, if you've got a lot behind it, you can find tons of success on T side. Consti gonna get mollied out over in pit. Cameron trying to set up for a frag, and he only gets nothing, actually. It's Consti who's gonna get the one. Wolfie trades out Consti immediately, and Lag are reeling. Marsborn have taken over this A site.
Oh, absolutely. And you've still got 60 in the back lines here, can still capitalize on DJ's positioning. And Sandman's all the way in T-Apps right now, mind you. He is nowhere near this business. And Mason is on B. So there was never really an opportunity here at a retake ever for Lag. And, you know, you speak about just the favorite side. Marsborn will always be potent here on this offense. When, again, as you mentioned with 60, but Grizz as well, man. I mean, that's such a sick entry for him to find. And as soon as he breaks up that crossfire, everything comes tumbling down. And I think that just really speaks to the offensive weapons that Marsborn have here to try and close out this first map.
Yeah, we have to mention, right, that I mean, I already said it before, they've played Marsborn a couple of times over the last month, and Inferno has been featured in both of those series. Back in early September, it was a 9-13 loss up against Marsborn, so they did manage to string together a few rounds more than we're seeing here so far, but still ended up being a loss. And it was that 1-13 that really raised the alarm bells, because obviously Marsborn as a squad continue to get better as time goes on, and Lag starting to stagnate, especially with the loss of Wolf. So yeah, it's pretty much the same picture we saw in that previous series with some slight alterations, but overall it's Marsborn still with a sizable lead. They will have the guns ready to go here up against the force buy from Lag, who stacked the wrong bomb site. They only have one player on A, and that's Cameron. He's going to be in for a world of hurt. Does manage to get one, which is okay. Reinforcements are arriving, but Biz is on the scene to deal with that.
Hey, kudos to Cameron to finding one in all that chaos, but it's all consolation at the end of the day. Viz with a round-securing double kill. And double digits found for Marsborn. And yes, there were a couple of hiccups across Inferno to start, but man, have they really roared to life here on the tail end. You got a couple of fantastic rounds from Wolfie. You had some great sequences from 60 as well. And just making sure that they can confirm that 8-round haul on the defense was everything. Now, it feels like these rounds are sort of winning themselves with how easily they're able to get some of these opening attempts.
And Lag saved the last 3 guns they've got at their disposal for the next one. Doubling down on their force buy. We'll see if the rest of the players invest into this. I doubt they will. Just going to be whatever they saved from that previous round. Maybe a little bit of utility. Cameron might buy a 5-7, for example. But overall, Lag may have to swallow the bitter pill of an 11th round loss unless they can string something together on this half buy. Nate's going to sail through. Grizz finds the opener. DJ's gone. That was one of the healthier pieces, too, with the armor. Cameron finds the spot on Grizz. How does Grizz even get there? I don't know, but Chop will get the immediate trade. A lot of players in weird spots here, and in fact, this could go the way of Lag. It's really strange the way this has played out. They're all crisscrossed along this arch position. Excuse me, not arch position, but bracket position. Now Sandman gets himself a Galil. And we do have a 3v2 in favor of Marsborn. That was a little strange, honestly.
Yeah, you could say that again, but Marsborn are detached from one another. A lone player here in Wolfie on car side, but they've managed to get out safely, the rest of them. So it should be an open and shut case, despite all the weird shenanigans. Smoke is still available for CT, and Sandman will try his damnedest with that 11 HP Galil. hoping that an off angle could potentially work in his favor. But no, wide swing from Viz. Complete domination from him yet again. And that should be round number 11 secured for Marsborn.
Certainly. Guaranteed at this point, because Mason wants nothing more to do with this round. Just trying to ferry this AK over into the next. And as we already talked about, there wasn't much money spent in this round for them anyway. The next one's going to be the critical one. And interesting note here is we have 3 ex-party astronauts on the server. We've got DJ, Viz, and Chop, right? So those 3 guys were on the same team. Yeah, I just noticed that. And Chop and Viz, of course, going up against DJ, whereas before they used to be teammates with him. And technically, they've got the upper hand over the last few engagements. They're trying to make it the same story here today. It's kind of sad to see that that whole project fall apart, to be honest with you. On first look, we felt like Ben Leet's decision was perhaps the correct one, going over to that boss side, but right now I think the doubt's probably seeping in our minds, and maybe even his, as to what's going to happen for that team and maybe even his career. But I mean, I'm obviously hoping they can right the ship in that side, on that side, but as we already saw, it's not looking good. Anyway, let's focus in on this one. Round number 16. Marsborn honestly feels like they've put Lag up against the wall, pinned them, and forced them into a situation where they must win here.
The utility has just been superb. The nades, the flashes, everything to a T. But this time, Lag get a response back the other way. Pull 60 down to 56 and do some auxiliary damage to some more players. It's nice to have it. It actually staves them off of front car control at the very least. So, a little bit of something to hang your hat on if you're Lag. Marsborn, meanwhile, decided to move back over to potentially getting car control. I was thinking about that brackets control, but they think better of it. Instead, they'll hold on to this B pressure and potentially go through with it. No, they'll go back to A, and now in this kind of situation, you've got to clear out all of apartments. You've got to clear out brackets as well with 30 seconds left on the clock. Cameron could really cause some damage. He drops the bomb, and you're just all over the place if you're Marsborn. You're trying to figure out where Cameron's gone off to. You're trying to figure out if you can kind of burst your way into a bomb site, and now they're going to have to go through the smoke. 60 now is completely terrified of actually doing this. Yes, you've got a player that's wrapping in spawn in Viz, but how do you burst in? How do you find this player on top of burst oranges?
Just
the answer is
it's over.
You don't. And at that point, Lag will just win out the round by virtue of time. I think that's the first round I've really seen with 60's leadership where they look in dire straits, very confused in terms of how they wanted to go about it.
Yeah, very lost. I mean, they had so much time. They're just sitting around waiting, and eventually, once they decide to actually make their foray in towards the B site, they throw a flash, they lose a body in a trade, and it's done. Very strange outcome. The first really noticeable mistake, I think, like you were alluding to, from Marsborn in this map. Lag will obviously be the beneficiaries. I think they win it despite the fact that they didn't really need to get many frags in the round. So we'll see if Marsborn can collect themselves. I think Lag would have preferred it if they earned a round victory, right, as opposed to it kind of being handed towards them. But, you know, a round victory is a round victory. And now they'll have another opportunity to string a couple together.
Wolfie now looking for that opening pick. He's been very good on the defense, but still showing that much potency on the offense as well. 5-on-4 now. Minute 15 on the clock. And looking back to brackets, this is much better in terms of the tempo of taking positioning here from Marsborn. Getting that car control, moving back over to A, but they're still not jiggling on our side. Consti gets the equalizing kill. Now the smokes come through. The molly's a little late, but now's a chance for Marsborn to wrap into this A bomb site and lay down the hurt.
DJ's overlooked. There we go. Grizz finds that frag. Another one from Cameron. 2v3, actually 2v4. Viz got that so quickly onto Cameron. Bomb planted as well. I mean, it is a man advantage for Lag, but Util lacking a little bit. Yes, they have 3 pieces, so it makes this retake potentially a little more simple, but even in a man advantage situation, going for retake on A, it can be a challenge. Bomb ticking away. There's the smoke. Molotov going to be dumped. Oh, I don't know if that Molotov went where it was supposed to. Maybe it did. Actually, no, it's good to go. Over in the blue spot. They overlook Viz, though, up close. Viz only gets 1. Now it's up to Wolfie, who hits the op shot on Sandman. That'll make his life a lot easier. Bomb going to tick away. It will win the round. Very nicely done from Wolfie. 17 on the board for him, as well as Marsborn are on to map point.
And he just lives as well. Big plays out of Wolfie, man. I mean, so much impact from him in terms of this round here. You talk about that opening attempt to get the 5-on-4. The lean back on the pit side to find the round-winning kill as well. And this guy has been on a tear. 107 dart.
Jesus.
Can't really ask much more from your sniper, to be completely honest. And now, Lag will have everything they could ask for in a map-saving round like this one, but it's going to be a tough situation here.
I mean, it was not long ago in my mind that Wolfie was kind of in a similar situation as Slight, where he wasn't necessarily finding that consistency. I don't know if it was the team he was on or what the case might have been. But since he's joined up with Marsborn, in particular, since Sixy has joined up with them as well, he has looked absolutely lights out, incredible. And that continues here as he finds another off shot. Opener after opener after opener, which is even more impressive on his side. Not to mention with the op on T side of Nuke. That's not the easiest weapon to make work on this offensive end, but he's absolutely making it look easy.
Yeah, and I think that was on the close range angle as well from Wolfie. So, difficult shot, it doesn't matter for him. And now, they kind of fake that they're leaving car, but they're going to double pump, and they're going to go straight at Sandman, asking for a big performance from him that we haven't necessarily had, and it's not going to be on this map of Inferno, unfortunately. Grizz with a ripper of an entry, and that should be an open and shut case. You got a late lurk and chop here developing, but he'll fall back over to Banana eventually. But this 5-on-3 is a nigh impossible situation, John, to say the least.
Yep. As time slowly ticks away here, like sand through the hourglass of Lag's chances at victory here on Inferno, they will get flanked out. Chop finds Costi. 60 with 2 on the front side, and Marsborn have crushed them again on Inferno. 13-5 this time as they head over to their pick of Train.
Everything you could ask for from Marsborn in that one. I mean, you talk about the top to bottom fundamental aspect of how they played their defense on Inferno. Awesome, right? I mean, I love the way that they were playing off the crossfires very effectively, how they were taking map control, playing very aggressive when it was necessary, but pulling back and playing reactive when necessary as well. And so that leads me to believe that the offense should be squeaky clean. And yes, there's some hiccups here and there, but for the most part, I think they just understand how that push and pull works very effectively. You take car control, you move back to brackets, you execute to a site after you have that map control, or you double pump after you get that first bit of map control. They understand, you know, the flow chart of how to play the map very effectively. And on the other side of things for Lag, they didn't have the individuals and personnel to shake up whatever defaults were coming at them on either side of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, overall, if you ignore that one round, right, where they just got lost in the sauce seemingly and couldn't get an execute going, I agree with you. Just a great push and pull on their T side to ensure victory round after round. As it's going to be, looking at the stats here for each player, Wolfie, of course, at the top with 18. He is more than halfway towards his PrizePicks kill estimate. And then you have, I mean, everyone played well. You do see Grizz below a KDR of 1, but I still think he had his moments where he looked impressive, especially as the second man in. Viz, the veteran, coming through and getting 15. There were moments in Viz's career where I wasn't sure if there was much left in the tank for him, but he's reawakened here on Marsborn as well, which is like a couple of players, right? Viz and Wolfie, who have both revitalized themselves on this squad. And I think a lot of it is due to just the team they've put together here.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, when you look at the estimates, things are looking peachy keen. You look at Wolfie on that 18 kill mark, pretty close to whatever he needs. Just needs a pedestrian second map to get it over the line. As far as Sixie's concerned, not the craziest map from him per se, but I think that he's done his job for sure. And I still think there's pop-off potential later on in the series that I'm not really worried about him either.
I'll just never forget Sixie's first match with Marsborn where he got like 38 frags on overpass. It was something ridiculous like that. Might have even gone into 40. Absolutely insane. And I didn't know he was calling at the time. We weren't aware of that. He made the announcement after the NA Revival series ended, but it was just a ridiculous output. I'm like, you were calling and doing that? He's a madman. Anyway, let's switch sides. Talk about this lag squad now. DJ, numbers were there. There was that one moment where he took the B site by himself, ended up being, I believe, a round victory for lag. But outside of that, it was just fits and starts, right, for this squad. No one else really stood up behind him. Consti, I would say, a little lacking with the AWP. A lot of shots missed that should have connected. The rifle core, unable to find that contribution. I did highlight them as being important. Sandman and DJ were the ones that needed to pop off. Certainly DJ had his moments, but Sandman was missing in action.
Yeah, you could say that again. I mean, there were definitely opportunities for them to step up to the plate, but again, I have to commend the utility usage on Marsborn's side, where all of these playmakers are blind, they are nated to 50 HP, or they're going straight through a gray screen. Like every avenue where there's a play that is possible for some of these lag players, it just doesn't come to fruition. And fortunately for them, DJ was able to at least light the way for a time being. But I think for them, they're really going to have to take a hard look at to what's coming down the pipeline and see what they can do. But I don't think this is going to get any easier when you move over to Train.
Exactly. I took the words right out of my mouth there, Paladin. Train is going to be a big challenge for lag. We'll see if Marsborn will end this as a 2-0 or if lag can find some new life after this break.
It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the fucking cup. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh my god, he got so much! He got team flash! That was hilarious!
Everything to be gained. The blaster swing.
Come on.
Got it. The first is in.
Come on, holy shit! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been planning this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me. Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool. The players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house. And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games. And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something to be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these. So I'd love to see you here. Come to Vegas, come support North American Counter-Strike. Love to see you here. I said it 3 times.
Lisa, come twice.
What? Oh God, yeah, please come to the event. We desperately need you to be here. Otherwise, NACS will die. You know what? There we go.
Welcome back to the PrizePicks Ending Revival Series number 10. We've got map number 2 of this series between Lag and Marsborn. The first one kind of going as expected, Paladin. You know, like I mentioned, sometimes you get those early good starts from an underdog team, but eventually it fizzles out once the favorite manages to establish themselves. That's exactly what happened on map number 1. And now the biggest challenge for Lag is they're going against Marsborn on their map pick.
And you got to go up against a Wolfie that had a 2.26 rating on the first map. And now you move over to a map where the domination from an op can be that much more dominating on a map like Train. So I think that this is going to be a very, very disgusting map from Marsborn. But hey, Lag at the very least get to start on the CT side, so maybe they can rack up a pretty hefty start to this map of Train. There's a great nade on a T-Con, but there's still some solid damage being dealt out by this offense, and they get themselves a 4-on-4 retake.
Look, I mean, Marsborn pick into this 58.3% of the time, so they're definitely established on their T side. In fact, the percentage is pretty good for a map like Train. 47.1% of their T rounds are victories, so you kind of expect them to come out of the gate hot and heavy. Sandman we'll get one. DJ comes in on a flank to find Chop, and then 60 overlooks his position entirely. Consti finds the headshot on Viz, and Lag are the ones to strike first here on the pistol, as they did on Inferno.
Yeah, big conversion there from DJ. Spots a little bit of a shoulder on the play on Olaf. Doesn't jump the gun and fire too quickly. Confirms the kill onto the front red player, and then continues to chain those kills together. So credit to him. We've got an AUG purchase from Consti, which is very interesting. Haven't seen one of those in quite some time, but hey, if there's a map that you want to make that impact of a scope to be had, this is definitely the map to do so. On the other end, it's a forced buy for Marsborn. A single Galil from Grizz, who that's probably the guy that you want, him or 60 really, to kind of crack things open and see if they can parade their way into a bomb site here.
Something we're seeing a lot more is force buys, even without bomb plants. Obviously, there was one there on the side of Marsborn, which bolsters their utility immensely. Look at the heavy utility they've invested into as opposed to Galil. 4 Tech 9s and 1 Galil. Sandman falls to Grizz. Nice trade. Mason in the back line's flashed out, but Consti finds that frag right as he's flashed. The AUG singing a little bit for him, but now it falls to the dirt, and so do 2 others. DJ, the last one standing, and the force buy delivers a decisive round for Marsborn as soon as they set foot towards the B site.
You know, my problem with this kind of loss, I think always comes down to, do you have any initial B presence in the round? And I don't think that they necessarily did. The anchor is playing pretty far back. He's giving a lot of space to giving them full Brownhouse control. And that's where you can set up the execution. That's where you can cut down the distance with those Tech 9s. We've seen it in our previous series. We've seen it in this series as well. That B-side execution is one of the most dangerous set pieces that you can have. It's not a very complicated one, but it's still very effective. And now these nades being tossed down to Brownhouse when they're trying to take that aggression has been ripped away from them.
I really love that play. Like, it just falls with aggression so very well. Like, when you throw those nades in and you're charging forward, you clear out the forward space, allow no breathing room for the player on the other side of the upper halls, and then you go in towards the B site with a lot more room to maneuver. Cameron and Consti, the last 2 standing here for Lag, and soon they will fall, you'd imagine. They're just trying to save their guns and take some fights here in CT spawn. I'm not sure if Marsborn will give them what they're looking for. Do you see a bit of a hunt materializing now? Should be in favor of Marsborn. They're trying to get the spacing right so that the trade will come through. And, well, there's one for Cameron, and there's the trade. Grizz doing the job. Consti, last one standing. He's already faded away from his teammate. Just trying to keep the deagle up, but this will be a second for Marsborn.
Nice and simple there from the Marsborn crew. Quelling the force buy is very nice. Consti should go down here. It doesn't manage to find that little pixel of a head. And Marsborn will continue their winning way. So now the easy part comes through, and all the hard work that if you're Lag to get that first one on the board is ripped away, and you're basically right back to the same conversation that we had on Inferno, where I mean, even less so in some regards, because you don't even have the conversion to go off the back of it. Instead, you just have to see the T side getting that first 3-1 start very quickly and having to bounce back with what I'd like to think is no AWP. It's going to be really worrying in the long run.
Yeah, I think the more concerning trend for Mars, well, they did buck the trend in the previous one a little bit because they got those extra rounds in some of the gun rounds, is that if you look at the previous series and now this one, the only wins they had were in the first 3 rounds. Like, they got a force by victory last time on Train in round number 2, and on Inferno it was a 3rd round victory where they had the guns out and they were immediately bumped after Marsborn got everything settled in that regard and the guns were fully out. This time, well, this round is a non-starter. Wolfie's just kind of tearing right through them. Sandman, the last survivor here in the eco round for Lag. And he will soon fall because he's overlooking the spot that Wolfie's gotten into. There we go, quad kill for Wolfie, farming the frags here.
Good work there. Putting it in for the third. Also, there will be an AWP, but there will be no armor behind it for Consti. A real risk to run, but again, with those long lines, it's hard for the aim punch to actually come into full effect, at least in the early going. So I do think if you want to do glass cannon on a map, this and maybe overpass are pretty doable. So we'll see what he wants to actually do with this on the initial game plan. It's just an Ivy peek, a stock standard play here for an Opper. And the flick down is not fast enough. And unfortunately, it doesn't even happen at all.
No.
Wolfie's there to capitalize, and now instantly they've got Ivy pressure. They're going to keep going. Grizz finds one more, and there's nobody to help out with this. There's no response for Lag, and Marsborn will take that map control and do so much with it.
That's so tough for DJ too, right? Because you want to try and go and help your teammate, make sure your teammate's death is not in vain, right? After he falls, but it's just in a situation where there's nothing you can do. Anyway, let's get back to the action. Mason going to find Sixy, and there will be a response here from Lag at the very least, but it's still a 3v2 in favor of Marsborn. Oh, nice swing from Cameron. Grizz gone. Viz could be next. Mason slips away through that smoke, and then we'll fall back towards A. Thing is, throughout all of this, Wolfie is on bomb train towards the A site. So as soon as Mason, if he decides to come out here, he will be dead. And, well, Viz finds him anyway, doesn't have to come out. Wolfie eventually finds Cameron, because Cameron wasn't aware of Wolfie's position due to the fact they lacked information, and Lag will lose another one.
Yeah, wait for Marsborn not to jump the gun there on the 2-on-2 and continue surging into the B bomb side. Wolfie characteristically stays strong and holds on to Ivy for as long as possible, and even though they've got the back lanes and they can go back into the B bomb site, they choose not to. They pull back away once the Z fight is lost, and they always have that plan B or C in their minds to help get them over the line. And that's the difference between Lag and Marsborn, is that there is that extra layer to the game plan. But how do you beat game plan? With some bullets. And the trades are pretty good here so far for Lag, as they continue to surge forward here, trying to take fights on their own accord. But Wolfie and Chop just rip it all away, and what started to be a good round for Lag gets completely erased.
Oh, well, that's a shame for Lag. It wasn't necessarily a big investment, kind of a half buy coming through, and it doesn't come to fruition. I think the biggest concern here, and good for Lag to call the timeout, is that you're on CT side of train. You have one round in 6 rounds of play. You really need to come through and awaken soon. Otherwise, if it's a T side half, you're in massive trouble, as you're going to switch over to your weaker side, of course, if you're Lag. That's why they want to talk things over and make sure that everything is in order. Obviously, you have to have your T-Con utility on point, but what do you do after that if you're Lag? Do you charge in? Do you take the aggressive fights? Do you wait for Marsborn to arrive? Maybe a mix of the two? Those are the decisions they have to be making now. And I feel like there's been maybe a heavier emphasis for Marsborn onto A, so they might want to try and fight for that T-Con control, but I say that there have been some very executes for them as well. It's kind of divided up, honestly. I'm running back everything I just said. Either way, Marsborn will lose the first here. There we go. Consti poking out towards Pop Dog, and pops one right in the chest. That is Sixy. Gone.
Now for Marsborn, what do you do? Because
Yeah.
the early move is to try and take some alternate map control after that loss, but instead they're going straight at the op on the B bomb site, and they're going to continue to go charging in, but Consti's not missing. He finds 3 before he hits the deck, and sure, you know, Grizz is on sidewalk here to try and find more damage, but he can't connect the instant headshot, and it's all up to Chop in the 1-on-4. The nade sails past him, but a flank is brewing, and this is all on a timer, and if Chop can't read this, it's an open and shut case, and unfortunately, he has not read this. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Nearly flicks around. I think there was just a bit too much silence there for him to kind of have those spidey senses tingling, but can't flick around fast enough, and Lag will confirm it. Finally, a little bit of aggression and some big individual plays from Consti to try and get the ball rolling back the other way.
I mean, that's how this map of Train can go sometimes, right? If your Opper's on point, he can take control of a round, and that's exactly what happens for Consti. First, it starts with a peek into Pop Dog, and then afterwards goes to that B site. Marsborn continue to try and challenge without really spacing themselves for a trade against an off, and the flashbang's a little bit off too. And, well, there's a round for Lag. But again, you know, we saw it on Inferno. They had these fits and starts, and then immediately afterwards, it's this. Marsborn just taking the fights, bullying Lag, finding wins, and it's just a 5v2 now in their favor. Sandman and Cameron's going to try and hang on, but Cameron is not long for this world. It's up to Sandman alone, looking up to the sky and saying, what did I do to deserve this? Chop will make him look down now as his head hits the floor.
I mean, Viz is just on a tear right now. I mean, this series has been great for him. You think about the offensive double kills that he was able to find on Inferno to get the ball rolling there, and here now surging past after a big entry from Wolfie. It's everything that you could ask for if you're 60. You don't have to do any of the heavy lifting. You've got your teammates to do it for you. 6 rounds on this offensive end with a 7th potentially brewing, considering it's an anti-eco. You've done everything you needed to on the offense.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I mean, you force Lag onto another eco round. Consti does have the scout, so maybe he'll be able to get some tags. But then it'll be up to either himself to finish the job or the pistols to do so. And that's in best case scenario. Marsborn playing a default right now, which might tempt Lag into some aggression. Wouldn't necessarily be the correct call. Molotov thrown for Pop. Now 6, he spots out Mason, but Mason gets the first. Viz quick on the trade. Do they expect the E-Box player? DJ finished off. There you go. That's going to get things under control towards A. No one really else left in the vicinity. I mean, there are 2 players in the back lines, but they're going to be smoked off. So Lag going to have to take fights through smoke or wait for them to fade away as this bomb is planted.
And now you're getting to the bullying stage of this map where they're able to find these kills on a whim, and there's just no pushback on the other end. Sandman does find an op in all this chaos, but they're running out of runway here, and that's the big problem. It's all these kills are consolations. There's so much money to go through, and there's just not a whole lot you can do with these weapons that you're getting anyways. Real dire situation here for Lag. I mean, you're hoping, I mean, at this point, you are looking towards Consti. He's the guy that's able to provide you at least some of these multi-kills. But you're going to need a whole lot from him. You're going to need these 5 rounds in total. So, great time to call a timeout and discuss, because, yeah, that 7-5 half is a mandatory situation for them.
Feels like it. Another timeout used. They're 2nd of 3. Sandman running the AUG once more. And Train's one of those maps where you can, like the SG or the AUG, can be weapons of choice. I haven't seen it as much lately. Kind of everyone's leaning into either AKs or M4s. But it's still potent. I feel like players just forgot about it. Either way. We'll see if it helps Lag here. Once more, the guns mostly falling silent. Whereas it's the opposite for Marsborn. Wolfie has been the top fragger for the majority of this series. He is once more sitting at 12. Grizz just walking out. This is pretty good. Yeah, he's getting at 1. Maybe the second, no. DJ's quick to turn around, but a lot of damage done by Grizz. Now Sandman gonna take care of 60. And now a man advantage, which is rare for Lag. Now a 2-man edge. The AUG is singing, and it doesn't even require the scope. Finally, he falls, though, as Wolfie gets that trade. He will gain bomb control again. Consti be smoked off. Does he fire a shot through? Well, DJ will. He's got a bit of visibility above that. Nice movement, but he doesn't catch Wolfie grabbing that bomb. He thinks he's gone towards the bomb site, but in fact, Marsborn have doubled back towards A. DJ's at risk. Viz around the corner, but DJ will deliver an important frag all up to Wolfie, who finds one. Doesn't expect Mason to be at camera. Mason can't finish him off. That creates a lot of problems for Lag because there's still tons of time left for Wolfie to maneuver himself around. And Consti's still convinced he's going to go B.
I mean, so does Mason, right? He's gone back to the back of B.
Oh, man.
And meanwhile, Wolfie's looking for that Z player who's gone off to that second letter. But he gets the bomb down safely, and now's an opportunity. Finding a first kill, and now another chance to find a second. But can't cock back the gun fast enough. And Lag, by the skin of their teeth, get it over the line. And, you know, we talk about how important that 7-5 half is. Well, it's still going to be pretty difficult to get it there when it comes down to a one-on-one.
Yeah, it felt like Lag were really just desperately clinging to life in that round, as we will get a PrizePicks check mark here. Absolutely zero surprise. Wolfie gets the mark of a 31.5 kills. And he has been the most potent player for Marsborn. It's crazy because, you know, Op is potent on both sides of Train here. But on T side, it's a little harder to work with. He's got 15 frags, a lot of those with the big green gun. And he's still going to have time on CT side as well to make it work. Lag. This round, as you mentioned, straight together a couple rounds in a row. That's a good start, but Chop makes it a lot worse. He is chopping down trees here. Cameron and DJ are gone. Viz still alive as well at 9 HP after he gets one, and Consti tagged down to 10. Oh my goodness. 11th round of play will likely go Marsborn's way.
This is the lumberjack that I was hoping to see out of him for quite some time. This is huge. I mean, you don't even have too much utility to back him up in that kind of a sequence. Yes, you've got the one flash coming over the top, but you've got so many targets on your screen. You've got a player top red. You've got a player back E-box. That is not something that you can necessarily train between those angles. You know, you go through a refrag sequence. I mean, those are angles that, yes, you might clear here and there, but that initial sequence there is just a very difficult one to decipher. And he makes it look so easy. 8 now for Marsborn off the back of that double. And Sandman will try to hold on to this AUG, he's done great work with this gun, but not enough to get any rounds on the board, unfortunately. And now Marsborn with another opportunity to complete a fantastic offensive campaign. And mind you, it came down to a 1v1 in the previous round, making this purchase a pretty awful one, all things considered. It'll be an MP9 here. Actually, no, it'll be a FAMAS. So, an MP9, a FAMAS, and luckily with that AUG saved over, there will be something to write home about. But the lack of utility is very distinct and could cause some concern moving into that early round specifically.
Final round of play in this half, but no matter which way you slice it, even if it's a fourth for Lag, this is a very poor half from them on CT side of Train. Marsborn looking to put perhaps one of the final nails in the coffin of Lag here at PrizePicks Any Revival Series number 10. Devastating. At least for Lag, not for Marsborn. Mason's going to get one as an opener and chop the immediate trade. Wow. He continues to be so good here. Viz, Chop, he's got the axe on his shoulder and he continues to cut players down. Sandman, his latest victim. DJ looking for something, but he will get nada. Consti with the op, he's been heroic before. Now he's going to need to pull it back from a man disadvantage. Almost hits that shot on the flick. But Cameron will attempt to push the issue. Yeah, no, it doesn't work out. I thought he had one of the but no. The FAMAS just not potent enough. And now Wolfie's just spamming. He's expecting a peek to come through. Eventually, Consti does. Wolfie goes back in, and there we go. Job finished off for the half. 9-3 for Marsborn.
17 kills and 4 deaths for Wolfie. This has been his series through and through. I mean, it's one thing to have the amount of kills that he has, but just the efficiency in what he's doing it in is something else. I mean, just the KD is just through the roof. And now you have an opportunity to rack up even more damage now that he's on the defense. 134 DAR.
Dude,
Something else.
this is the Wolfie I saw like, I want to say 3 years ago. Way back when. It was a while, but he was so good. He came back to North America. I'm like, wow, Wolfie's ridiculous. And then he had that big slump, went back to Europe. And anyway, look, it's just been so wonderful watching him find his form once more. Cameron, though, speaking of finding form, maybe Lag can here in the second half. Nice little 2K strung together from Cameron. Lag moving in towards this B site. Molotov tossed for Z, and Chop is looking over top of it. He's got some visibility, and he gets another shot, but it's 60 doing most of the damage. How does this turn around in Marsborn's favor? That's a 5v3, and Lag walk into a complete slaughter. Cameron gone as well, 60. He only had 3 frags up to this point. He's doubled that up in only 1 round.
I mean, how do you see anything over that incendiary is my question. And heads, no less.
I think the thing is, they can't really see you either, right? So you're just kind of, he's probably saw a little bit of a glimpse of it, like, well, I guess they're there. My crosshair's in the right place. Let's just shoot away. And he finds one, but it's 60 that does the other damage, right? But still, that gets them on notice and even opens up more space for 60 to prevail.
And now full Glock round for Lag. Pretty much giving over 11 rounds. And I want to highlight this second round with Chop playing as aggressive as he is. Finding that extra Brown Hall information before falling away. He's got a player to back him up, as opposed to that second round that we had on Lag's end, where there is no Brown Hall's presence and Marsborn can kind of barrel through Brown Halls for free. There's definitely a clear disparity between these two teams, and just a small sequence like that can kind of tell you the whole story as to how the series has gone.
Indeed. And so can this round. Although that was an anti-eco, but still, it does tell the story. Domination from Marsborn. 2 more rounds, and this one is finished. At least 2 more rounds from Marsborn. Lag. They've got the rifles out, though. Still hope in their hearts that things can swing their way. As a PrizePicks checkmark does come through, Chop, who's been a menace on the server, will hit 27.5 kills.
Well done to him. He's been on a tear and then some. Taking over here alongside Wolfie on train. And now you've got the final attempt for Lag in this series. Not that much utility to write home about. You got 2 smokes. So I'm thinking 1 camera, 1 Z, and you're hoping that you can encroach upon this A bomb site, but you've got to get through the Ivy side of things. Luckily for them, they don't have to deal with an AWP. That would be one thing. But there is smokes to stall this out for just a little bit. And they can think about going through this and try to trade through, but Grizz still finds one. He gets a lot of info on the death cam, though. 2 players spotted, and now 60 can turn his attention. Real opportunity here, but he gets absolutely clotheslined by Cameron. Now this A bomb site really is under fire, but Viz is not missing a beat. He's been a little quiet on this map, but he is going to stand tall.
What on earth?
12 found, and all that goodwill that they built up, Lag, in that one gets ripped away yet again. What a story that you've had in this series.
I mean, really, yeah, you got to wonder what happens to Lag. They get opening frags, it looks good, and all of a sudden it's just ripped away from them in an instant. Like, it's not even, oh, they lose a couple of players, they're rotating around, and they get the bomb plant, and ends up in the 1v1. No, it's just like, oh, 2 frags, and then we're dead. Like, that's twice now in this half. Ay, ay, ay. Well, perhaps that's just the difference in skill that we're seeing here between these 2 squads right now. Marsborn, 9 opportunities to close out the series. Lag grasping on to the last bits of their life. Will take their time in this round before they move in. There's a smoke tossed for Z. Flashbangs out. Cameron expected someone to be in T-Con, but no one's there. Now he'll find a frag again, another opener for him, but instant trade, and Grizz has got one, maybe the second. I think he spotted it. Yes, he did, but he won't get more. The thing is, Wolfie's still firing away in the back lines for a couple. 3K on the round. Sandman, last one available for Lag in this series, and he will fall shortly afterwards. It is Marsborn taking command of Train with a 13-3 win.
I think Wolfie ends with 41 kills. 41 kills.
It's ridiculous.
135 DAR on that second map as well. I mean, what do you want? What do you want from him at this point? I think that definitely silences me. I think that silences a lot of people watching at home, that this guy is really back. And what did it take? It just took getting the IGL shackles off from him. And there's so many players that struggle to make that transition back into a player. There are very few players that are able to do it. I think the one that jumps to mind as of right now is like Yekindar. Fine, but it took him so long to get back to the point that he's at right now. But for Wolfie, the turnaround is pretty swift. So good for him.
No, I mean, for sure. It's I'm glad you brought up that point, because a lot of players can't deal with that pressure. Sixy was one that had never done it before, right? And he jumps onto this Marsborn squad and looks right at home. And I think he'd always wanted to venture into IGL territory, so he was the perfect fit, right? A rifler who's very potent, might lose some of his firepower when he comes over and takes on the IGL role, but he frees up a player like Wolfie to just fire away off on all cylinders with the AWP, and he looks like the player we saw in the past now, which is fantastic news for Marsborn. And you still have 60 contributing, albeit not as much, but still, it's good for this squad when they have, everyone else kind of taking care of the firepower duties anyway. And you look at the check marks coming through, it is only Wolfie and Chop that get them, but still, I think there were contributions from everyone here. Sixy had his moments, Grizz as well, and Viz actually. I mean, 26 and 13 doesn't get the check mark, but when he was going for fights, he was absolutely dominating.
Yeah, on the offense, on both Train and Inferno, Viz was a key marker of a one round for Marsborn, and making those post plans so much easier on Sixy and crew. I mean, yeah, you don't have the big map or series from Sixy. Still had the impact that you were looking for, but I think it's just the fact that this team still looks as well-oiled as it did under Wolfie's calling, but now suddenly has the potency of a strong rifle core and a stellar opper, makes this a completely revitalized team, and something that it finally feels like the pickle jar has been opened, and that we can finally get the true Marsborn that we're looking for. It took some time to get that lid off, but it feels like Sixy is the guy to finally find that for them. So credit to Marsborn, and I'm hoping that we get a deep run out of them, because they're in for a really nice improvement as far as the end of 2025 is concerned.
Yeah, and they've beaten some big guns lately. A wild card, getting info now on Voka. They beat Skin Raven a BO1. They've beaten, Lag multiple times, but that's not the one we really look towards. Wild card was the big one, and so were Voka. So for me, it's like they're going up against this top competition and doing very well. Anyway, switching gears to Lag now. Look, flashes from DJ. I mean, there's not really much else to say. I'm not trying to be mean. Like, Consti had a nice play with the hop on Train. But other than that, it just feels like a squad that's missing the firepower they had before in Wolf, and it's gone. I don't know if Cameron's necessarily the answer for that. I think they're probably still looking for a more potent piece to add to their roster to kind of take up the mantle in that regard, but it was tough for them.
Yeah, I'm not going to necessarily mince my words there when I say, like, you had some moments from Lag, but unfortunately it's just not going to cut it. And that VRS fight is going to continue to rage on between Boss and Lag to see who can potentially snag that last invite spot once the cutoff comes around, which is in about a week and some change. So it's going to get real cutthroat, and we'll continue to monitor that. But both the Boss and Lag's journeys at the PrizePicks Revival Series have come to an end.
Well, Speaking of coming to an end, our day is coming to an end. But before we head off, we want to thank our wonderful sponsor for making this possible. And the NA Revival Series is, of course, sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity to host the NA Revival Series. Also, make sure to check out the Flom store at flomstore.com, FL0mstore.com, that is, to buy some cool gear and sign up for ticket alerts for Flom Mythic Land Las Vegas. Any and all purchases help support this and future lands. We hope to see you there. All that being said, guys, we are now signing off for the day. We'll be back again tomorrow for the semis and the grand finals. See you then.